The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., April 29, 2026. I hereby appoint the Honorable Mike Herodopoulos to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The prayer will be offered this morning by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? God of light, the psalmist reminds us that it is you who ignites the light within us. You, O Lord our God, light up our darkness. As refrains of King Charles III's speech still linger in this room, impress on our hearts this statement of profound faith. Light has triumphed over darkness. Let us then claim our own faith in your promise that you will lead the unsighted in ways they have not known. Along familiar paths you will guide them. You turn darkness into light before us. In view of your promise, remind us of our duty to foster compassion, to promote peace, to deepen mutual understanding, and to value all people. And as daunting as these tasks may seem, may we be intentional, focused, brave, and sacrificial in our efforts to punch holes in the darkness that dares to overwhelm us. Make us bearers of your light, that all may know that when our lives are lived by our faith in you, there is no darkness at all. In your sovereign name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a remarkable achievement in Tennessee's 6th Congressional District. Pope St. John Paul II Preparatory School, the Knights of Hendersonville, have earned the title of runner-up in the 2026 TSSAA Division II Class AA Boys Basketball State Championship. These young men from Sumner County stepped onto the biggest stage in Tennessee high school basketball and competed with grit, discipline, and extraordinary skill. They represented not only their school and coaches, but their families and the entire Hendersonville community with tremendous pride and class. Reaching a state championship game requires talent, sacrifice, relentless determination, and these Knights demonstrated all of it. Their achievement inspires every student and athlete in our state to pursue excellence, and we are immensely proud of them. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
The House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Our government is spying on us. That's right. The Foreign Intelligence Accountability Act, called FISA, Section 702, is a dangerous mass surveillance tool that is already being used by our federal government to conduct thousands of warrantless searches on the private communications of U.S. citizens without any due process, probable cause, or review from a judge. It is clear and open violation of our Fourth Amendment and Americans' right to privacy. It makes us all less safe. This unconstitutional tool has been used to spy on Black Lives Matter protesters, members of Congress, journalists, and more. No president, not any of them, should have the power to spy on a private communication or information, especially not the current occupant of the White House. Yet my colleagues want to give the Trump administration the power to keep violating our rights. It's dangerous and it must stop. I will always defend our rights from illegal mass surveillance. I will be voting no on the FISA reauthorization. With that, I yield.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the Pointer family from Putnam County for winning the Farm Family of the Year Award for 2025. The Pointers farm about 5,000 acres of soybeans and corn. The family frequently organizes educational community events, including mental health programming for farmers and the annual Putnam County Ag Day. Ray Pointer was the longtime beef superintendent for the Putnam County 4-H program, and he has been an impactful leader in youth agriculture development and livestock education. The Pointers have brought innovation to their farm. Noah and Jonathan Pointer each received their FFA drone license, allowing the farm to do its own fungicide applications. The Pointer family is an outstanding example of Indiana's family farmers, as well as how we can bring agriculture into the 21st century. Congratulations again to the Pointer family on this well-deserved award, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor 30 years of contributions from the DuPage Railroad Safety Council. Since 1996, they have provided important services and education on rail safety across Illinois. Forged by tragedy, they established themselves as a proactive organization, translating a crisis into opportunity, awareness, and advocacy. Their accomplishments speak for themselves: fewer incidents, better partnerships with authorities, and more knowledgeable communities. They achieved this with engineers, first responders, and public health officials working together because safety is a collective responsibility. However, their task remains incomplete. With the evolving trends and increasing threats, the mission becomes even more relevant, especially regarding pedestrian safety. So while we celebrate 30 years of accomplishments, we also renew our commitment towards safer rail crossings, better infrastructure, and lives saved. DuPage Railroad Safety Council, thank you for your leadership, perseverance, and dedication to Illinois rail safety. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize Joy Arguete, whose steadfast leadership has become a cornerstone of the nonprofit affordable housing and community development sectors in Chicago and, frankly, nationally. Over her 30-year tenure as CEO of Bickerdike Redevelopment Corporation, Joy's organizing, coalition building, and leadership have translated into construction and management of stable, high-quality housing for countless families in Illinois' 3rd Congressional District. Joy herself could be described as a fixture or icon in this work, whether through her leadership on the Chicago Housing Trust or the Cook County Land Bank Authority and the Chicago Rehab Network. She has advanced systems, resources, and partnerships necessary to ensure that affordable housing remains a priority in Chicago and across the country. And so on behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, it is my distinct honor to recognize Joy Arguete for her lifelong commitment to creating, preserving, and advocating for affordable housing in Chicago to realize housing as a human right. Thank you and congratulations, Joy. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Brent Wilson of Nash County and many others just like him, lives were forever changed by exposure to toxins at Marine Corps Base Camp Lejeune. Brent grew up on the base as the son of a career Marine. At 39, he was diagnosed with advanced kidney cancer. He fought through surgery, radiation, and cutting-edge treatments that extended his life, but left him with permanent brain damage. Even with programs in place, families like Brent's are still forced to navigate a system that too often works against them. Under the Camp Lejeune Justice Act, many are running out of time, confined to a narrow 2-year filing window, even as the science makes clear these illnesses can take decades to surface. As many families have served our great country, Congress must now deliver for them. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, last year, 88 of the most profitable companies in America paid zero in federal income taxes. Citigroup made over $4 billion in its U.S. businesses last year, no federal taxes paid. Halliburton, nearly $1 billion, paid no taxes. Tesla, more than $5 billion of profits, paid no taxes. How is it that in the United States of America, the biggest and most powerful corporations pay less in taxes than the teachers and doctors and firefighters and nurses that I represent? How is that? Well, that is what happens when you have a city in Washington that is for sale. The wealthy and well-connected get tax breaks, and average people get stuck with the bill. This is why we need to get dark money out of elections. This is why we need to end congressional stock trading. This is why we need real ethics reform in Washington, because until we have that, the wealthy and well-connected are going to continue to get tax breaks while working people get screwed. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Alabama seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman from Alabama is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, as we begin the 94th Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Southeastern Regional Conference in Birmingham, Alabama, I rise to honor the extraordinary leadership of Dr. Tracy Morant Adams, the 27th Southeastern Regional Director. From her initiation on the campus of University of Montevallo to her tenure as the 27th Southeastern Regional Director, Tracy has embodied the values of sisterhood, scholarship, and service to all mankind. During her 4-year tenure, she has led the work of over 13,000 members across Tennessee, Mississippi, and Alabama. She has launched signature initiatives that have strengthened chapters, extended voter engagement, and advanced economic empowerment. Tracy's leadership is matched by her extraordinary professional achievements as well. On a personal note, Tracy and I share more than just titles and service. We have a 30-year friendship and sisterhood. As I reflect on Tracy's service, I cannot help but think of my mother, Nancy Gardner Sewell, the 18th Southeastern Regional Director. Mom would be so proud to see how Tracy has followed in her footsteps, protecting the legacy of our beloved sorority while boldly imagining our future. I can almost hear my mother saying, "Well done, my daughter, well done." On behalf of the women of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, I ask my colleagues to join me in honoring Dr. Tracy Morant Adams, the 27th Southeastern Regional Director, on the occasion of the 94th Southeastern Regional Conference in Birmingham, Alabama. We are so proud of you, Tracy. Well done, well done, well done.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Permit me to recognize the powerful presence of Generations Church, located in downtown New Rochelle and in Mount Vernon as well, which has fostered a dynamic and vibrant Christian community of worship, prayer, faith, and service, led by the excellent Bishop Ray Mott, lead pastor, and ably assisted by his wife, Pastor Sherry Mott, and many others, including our friend Elder Mark McLean. Generations ministries include Networks for Men, the G-Men program, and Women, WIN, Women's Integrity Network, Next Gen Kids, and New Gen Youth, touching all age groups. Sunday morning worship services, Saturday morning prayer, GC Youth evening meetups all involve the congregation in an active faith commitment. From the floor of the U.S. House of Representatives, we salute Generations Church and their positive impact in our hometown areas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1224 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 73, House Resolution 1224. Resolved that at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill H.R. 7567 to provide for the reform and continuation of agricultural and other programs of the Department of Agriculture through fiscal year 2031 and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Agriculture or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Agriculture now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 119-22, modified by the amendment printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. Section 2. A. No further amendments to H.R. 7567 as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution and amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution. B. Each further amendment printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. C. All points of order against further amendments printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules or against amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution are waived. Section 3. It shall be in order at any time for the chair of the Committee on Agriculture or his designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of further amendments printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc offered pursuant to this section shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Agriculture or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. Section 4. At the conclusion of consideration of H.R. 7567 for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended, and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 5. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 2616, to require public elementary and middle schools that receive funds under the Elementary and Secondary Education Act of 1965 to obtain parental consent before changing a minor's gender markers, pronouns, or preferred names on any school form or sex-based accommodations, including locker rooms or bathrooms. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived in lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Education and Workforce, now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 119-26 shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended, and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Workforce or their respective designees, and 2, one motion to recommit. Section 6. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the concurrent resolution, Senate Concurrent Resolution 33, setting forth the congressional budget for the United States government for fiscal year 2026 and setting forth the appropriate budgetary levels for fiscal years 2027 through 2035. All points of order against consideration of the concurrent resolution are waived. The concurrent resolution shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the concurrent resolution are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the concurrent resolution to adoption without intervening motion or demand for division of the question, except 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Budget or their respective designees. Section 7. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill Senate 1318 to direct the American Battle Monuments Commission to establish a program to identify American Jewish service members buried in United States military cemeteries overseas under markers that incorrectly represent their religion and heritage and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. An amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 119-27, modified by the amendment printed in Part C of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided among and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees, and the chair and ranking minority member of the Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to commit. Section 8. In the engrossment of House Amendment to Senate 1318, the clerk shall A. add the text of H.R. 1919 as passed by the House as new matter at the end of the text proposed to be inserted by the House amendment. B. Assign appropriate designations to provisions within the engrossment of the text proposed to be inserted by the House. C. Conform cross-references and provisions for short titles within the engrossment of the text proposed to be inserted by the House. And D. Be authorized to make technical corrections to include corrections in spelling, punctuation, page and line numbering, section numbering, and insertion of appropriate headings within the engrossment of the text proposed to be inserted by the House. Section 9. It shall be in order at any time through the legislative day of May 1, 2026, for the Speaker to entertain motions that the House suspend the rules as though under Clause 1 of Rule 15. The Speaker or his designee shall consult with the minority leader or his designee on the designation of any matter for consideration pursuant to this section. Section 10. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 1346 to amend the Clean Air Act with respect to the ethanol waiver for reed vapor pressure under that act and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. An amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 119-28 shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 11. In the engrossment of H.R. 7567, the clerk shall A. await the disposition of H.R. 1346, B. add the text of H.R. 1346 as passed by the House as new matter at the end of H.R. 7567, C. assign appropriate designations to provisions within the engrossment, D. conform cross-references and provisions for short titles within the engrossment, and E. be authorized to make technical corrections to include corrections in spelling, punctuation, page and line numbering, section numbering, and insertion of appropriate headings within the engrossment.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection, adopted.
Mr. Speaker, last night the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 1224, providing for consideration of H.R. 7567, the Farm, Food, and National Security Act of 2026, to be considered under a structured rule. The rule provides for 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Agriculture or their respective designees. Provides for 1 motion to recommit and makes 57 amendments in order. S. 1318, the Foreign Intelligence Accountability Act, to be considered under a closed rule. The rule provides for 1 hour of debate, equally divided among and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Judiciary and their respective designees, and the chair and ranking member of the Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence or their respective designees, and provides 1 motion to commit. H.R. 2616, the Stop Indoctrination and Protecting Kids Act, to be considered under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Education, Workforce, of their respective designees, and provides 1 motion to recommit. S. Con. Res. 33, setting forth the congressional budget for the United States government for fiscal year 2026 and setting forth the appropriate budgetary levels for fiscal year 2027 through 2035 to be considered under a closed rule. The rule provides for 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on the Budget and their respective designees, and H.R. 1346, the Nationwide Consumer and Fuel Retailer Choice Act of 2025 to be considered under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce of their respective designees, and provides 1 motion to recommit. Additionally, the rule provides that in the engrossment of H.R. 7567, the clerk shall add the text of H.R. 1346, should it pass the House, as new matter at the end of H.R. 7567. The rule also provides that in the engrossment of S. 1318, the clerk shall add the text of H.R. 1919 as passed by the House as new matter at the end of the House amendment to S. 1318. Finally, the rule allows the Speaker to entertain motions to suspend the rules at any time through the legislative day on May 1st, 2026. Mr. Speaker, we're here today to debate the rule on 5 pieces of legislation, beginning with H.R. 7567, the Farm, Food, and National Security Act of 2026. Mr. Speaker, our country's farmers and ranchers are currently experiencing years of high input costs, shrinking margins, and uncertainty heading into the growing season. Misguided policy decisions from the previous administration have led to overregulation and consolidation, leaving the American producer to pay the price. However, Mr. Speaker, through the body's work on H.R. 1, we achieved the first meaningful investments in the farm safety net since 2002. We brought integrity back to our nutrition programs, and we provided relief to our farming families through tax cuts. H.R. 7567 builds on the accomplishments of H.R. 1 and completes the long-delayed Farm Bill process, addressing the remaining farm country needs. H.R. 7567 reinforces the farm safety net, allowing our producers the certainty they need to endure unpredictable markets, volatile weather, and rising input costs. Strengthening ARC and PLC, expanding disaster assistance tools, and improving support for specialty crops gives producers the stability needed to keep producing the safest, most abundant food supply in the world. The bill reaffirms our nation's commitment to locally led, science-based conservation practices through improvements to programs like EQIP, CSP, and CRP. Promoting precision agriculture and science-based practices helps protect our natural resources while keeping working lands productive for generations to come. Additionally, H.R. 7567 modernizes trade and global food assistance, codifying the move of the Food for Peace program to the USDA, streamlining Food for Peace authorities, and reinvesting in proven export promotion programs strengthens U.S. competitiveness abroad while ensuring American commodities remain central to feeding vulnerable populations worldwide. H.R. 7567 bolsters the future of American agriculture by improving access to farm credit, especially for those beginning young and small farmers. This farm bill ensures they have the capital they need to build and sustain their operations. Mr. Speaker, this bill is centered on affordability and is a win for rural America. Investments in broadband, child care, health care, workforce needs, and critical water and infrastructure projects strengthen our rural communities and give them the support to thrive in the years to come. The Farm, Food, and National Security Act of 2026 delivers for our producers, strengthens our rural communities, and protects the security of America's food supply. This is thoughtful legislation that has culminated from years of listening to farmers, ranchers, and families across our country and responds to current realities with real solutions. I'd like to thank my colleagues and all the staff for the work that went into the Farm, Food, and National Security Act of 2026, and I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this legislation. Moving on to S 1318, the Foreign Intelligence Accountability Act. Mr. Speaker, this would authorize Section 702 for 3 years. I want to be clear, we cannot allow Section 702 to expire at a moment when our adversaries are expanding their capabilities, accelerating their operations, and exploiting every gap in our intelligence posture. Allowing this authority to expire would leave the United States blind to threats that move at the speed of the modern conflict. Section 702 allows the United States government to collect intelligence on foreign nationals located overseas. I repeat, foreign nationals located overseas who are reasonably believed to possess foreign intelligence information. The FBI can only access FISA 702 data if the foreign Section 702 target is relevant to an existing open, predicated full national security investigation. Section 702 cannot be used to target any U.S. person at home or abroad. That prohibition is explicit and reinforced by multiple layers of oversight. While Section 702 was first authorized in 2008 and has been reauthorized since with bipartisan support, it certainly has not been perfect. To account for needed reforms, Congress passed the Reforming Intelligence and Securing America Act in 2024, the largest FBI and FISA reform in decades. This law mandated 56 different reforms, including strict limitations on FBI queries involving U.S. persons and a severe reduction in the reduction of FBI personnel with access to 702 data. Additionally, to address concerns of the FBI's compliance on U.S. person queries, RISA required the Bureau to provide an annual report detailing any non-compliant query and what accountability measures were imposed on each FBI person that were determined to have conducted a non-compliant query. This has led to 100% of queries on U.S. persons being reviewed by the National Security Division and the FBI's Office of Internal Auditing. These reforms were not symbolic, they were structural, enforceable, and designed to ensure that Section 702 remains both effective and accountable. A quick example of effectiveness can be seen when comparing 2021 FBI queries, which numbered 2.9 million, to 2025 queries, which numbered 7,413. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, this bill contains additional reforms that Congress has worked to include over the last few weeks. Failing to reauthorize this authority, which allows us to stop terrorist attacks on United States soil, would be a massive setback, one that our adversaries would exploit immediately. The time is now to reauthorize Section 702. Next, Mr. Speaker, we have H.R. 2616, the Stopping Indoctrination and Protecting Kids Act. This legislation addresses an important issue facing our country today: protecting a parent's right to be informed and involved in conversations regarding their children's education and what is happening inside their classroom. The Stopping Indoctrination Protecting Kids Act does that. It would prohibit any federally funded public elementary or middle school from changing a child's name, pronoun, or access to facilities such as bathrooms or locker rooms without parental consent. Again, Mr. Speaker, we're talking about elementary and middle schools. This legislation emphasizes the fundamental role of parents in making sensitive decisions regarding their children's identity and accommodations in school. This legislation responds to recent developments across the country where parental rights are being trampled on in favor of a progressive agenda that is completely out of touch with the average American family. This is an urgent moment for Congress to stand up for parents and children and reinforce the critical need for parental engagement and awareness in their child's education. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, we have SCON Res 33, setting forth the congressional budget for the United States government for fiscal year 2026 and setting forth the appropriate budgetary levels for fiscal years 2027 through 2035. This legislation would unlock the budget reconciliation process to fully fund both immigration and customs enforcement and customs and border protection through early 2029. continuing to deliver on the GOP-led Congress's promise to ensure our borders are secure and the brave men and women of ICE and CBP have the necessary resources to do so. Over the last 18 months, President Trump has delivered on his promise to America to secure the southern border, deport violent illegal aliens, and support the law enforcement officers at Immigration and Customs Enforcement and Customs and Border Protection. These officers work tirelessly to secure our borders and ensure Americans remain safe from foreign threats. It is time for Congress to do the same. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we have H.R. 1346, the Nationwide Consumer and Fuel Retailer Choice Act of 2025. This legislation allows the option to sell gasoline that is blended with 10% to 15% ethanol year-round. Furthermore, it provides additional reforms to the renewable fuel standard. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to consideration of these important pieces of legislation, and I urge passage of this rule. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Georgia reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the gentleman from Georgia for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
You're recognized.
Another week, Mr. Speaker, another chance for this Republican majority to show the American people what they actually care about. And once again, sadly, it's not affordability. It's not lowering prices. It is not the issues that my constituents raise with me at town halls back home. For 16 long months, Republicans have controlled the House, the Senate, and the White House. Republicans have been running the show for over a year now. And what have they done? Have they lowered prices? Not grocery prices, those are up. Not gas prices, those are up too. Not health care costs, those are up too. Not utilities or child care, those are more expensive than ever. That is the problem with winning power, Mr. Speaker. At some point, the problems you complain about become your problems. And if you fail to fix them, then that failure is yours. And that is where this Republican majority finds itself. You guys have failed to deliver, big time. Donald Trump promised he would end the war in Ukraine. Not only did he fail to do that, he started a new one in Iran. Republicans promised they would lower prices on day one. We are now in year 2. And where are prices? They're not down, they are up, way up. Ground beef, vegetables, fruit, sugar, it is all up according to Trump's own USDA. And whose fault is it? Democrats did not start the war with Iran that is driving up food and gas prices. Republicans did that. It wasn't Biden who put in place tariffs that are hurting American farmers and jacking up costs. Republicans did that. The left did not give massive tax breaks to billionaires paid for by stealing from the program working families use to buy groceries. Republicans did that. This administration and Republicans in Congress spent years claiming Democrats drove up prices and promising they would bring them down on day one. They failed. And if you want to know why, look no further than the bills on the floor this week. It is a greatest hits album of MAGA extremism, corporate giveaways, and political theater. A culture war bill targeting trans kids. A budget resolution that moves heaven and earth to give even more money to ICE and CBP, while FEMA, TSA, and the Coast Guard remain shut down because Speaker Johnson refuses to advance a bipartisan Senate agreement that would pass overwhelmingly if brought to the floor. A FISA bill that lets the government spy on Americans without proper warrant safeguards. And a farm bill that locks in long-term cuts to SNAP, formerly known as food stamps, after Trump's big, ugly bill stole nearly $200 billion from the program in order to give tax breaks to billionaires. We are talking about a food benefit that gives barely over $6 a day to some of the poorest people in this country, many working multiple jobs and still unable to make ends meet, and many others who are seniors, who are veterans, who are children, and Americans with disabilities. That is the meager benefit you guys cut to give tax breaks to rich people. Give me a break. And let's not forget the provision in this farm bill that helps chemical companies dump toxic chemicals into our food system, poisoning farm workers and polluting our air and water. Who the hell asked for that? Was it drafted in the Monsanto boardroom? I mean, thankfully, a popular bipartisan amendment was made in order by the committee to fix the provision. And while I'm glad that we will be able to take a vote on it and see where members lie on this issue, my hope is that it passes. It still doesn't fix the rest of this awful, terrible bill. Costs are up, corruption is up, chaos is up, and you guys are screwing over poor people. This is beyond outrageous. It is immoral. It is sick. It is wrong. And after huddling in back rooms and arguing among themselves, Republicans are now sending to the floor a year-round E-15 bill that get this, Mr. Speaker, that adds billions of dollars to the deficit. And they are doing it in a very clever way. Once the E-15 bill passes, it gets combined with the Farm Bill before it gets sent to the Senate. Where are my Freedom Caucus friends? Do you even know that this provision is in the bill? Do you even know what's going on here? I mean, billions and billions of dollars adding to the deficit. I thought you cared about the deficit, but apparently you don't. I mean, it's a reason to vote against this rule. And if you don't know about it, then the leadership of this House pulled a fast one on you. So since the day Trump took office last year, the national debt has gone up $2.8 trillion. Full Republican control has added nearly $3 trillion to the debt. And now we're adding billions more with another Republican backroom deal. I mean, during our Agriculture Committee markup, Chairman Thompson said over and over and over again that we had an obligation to remain budget neutral. He said that's why we couldn't do anything to address the horrible nutrition cuts, and that's why we couldn't do anything to provide any more support for our farmers, why we couldn't modernize our conservation programs. So we can't do any of those things, but if it's for war, or if it's for tax cuts for the rich, or for this E-15 bill, Republicans are more than happy to add to the debt. Got it. Mr. Speaker, people are struggling. They are working hard, and they are falling behind. And if Republicans spend half as much time lowering costs as they spend passing non-binding resolutions congratulating themselves, maybe we could actually get something done around here. But they can't help themselves. The billionaires say jump, and the Speaker asks how high. Monsanto says bail us out. The Republicans ask how much. Big tech, big ag, big oil, they all run wild. It is pathetic, Mr. Speaker, pathetic. The American people were promised lower costs. They were promised a Congress that would fight for them. They were lied to. And instead, they got extremism. They got a majority that wakes up every morning and asks how to make life easier for the rich and powerful. They got an administration and a Congress that covers up for Epstein elite pedophiles instead of fighting for everyday people. Enough already. This is an awful rule. It blocks 7 of 10 Republican amendments. It blocks 7 of 10 Republican amendments, 8 out of 10 bipartisan amendments, 9 out of 10 Democratic amendments. No member of this House has had an amendment debated on the floor in nearly 100 days. And now that we do, here's what we get. So in case it was not clear yet, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote no on this rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Members will remind that they direct comments to the chair.
Thank you,
Gentleman
Mr.
from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm glad that the other gentleman brought up corruption. Certainly, we've seen what's going on in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and many of the other Democratic-run cities and states. And he brought up gas prices as well. And I'm thankful that Donald Trump has believed in energy independence, and gas prices are lower than they were under the Biden administration, even when we weren't at war, simply because of the stupid rules and regulations passed by that administration. I now yield 3 minutes to my friend from North Carolina, the chairwoman of the Rules Committee, Dr. Fox.
Chairwoman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding and doing such a great job in handling this rule and being on the Rules Committee. I also want to thank the staff of the Rules Committee for the great work under very difficult circumstances almost every day, but especially this week. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to share with you and with all of our Republican colleagues an observation about the behavior of Democrats in the Rules Committee yesterday evening. Please listen carefully. Committee Democrats put on a real master class in how to sell fake altruism. Really, it was quite the spectacle, maybe even worthy of an Academy Award. What a performance it was. Mr. Speaker, our Democrat colleagues offered a handful of amendments authored by Republicans and proclaimed that they were standing up for these Republicans and their ideas. Could have fooled me. What the Democrats were doing was weaponizing the ideas of our Republican colleagues for their own gain. Their goal the entire time was never altruistic. It was never about supporting Republican amendments or even fighting for them. Their goal was to waste our time. Democrats treat time like they treat the tax dollars of Americans, with disregard and utter contempt. Their words and actions are always steeped in a vat of hypocrisy. Look at today, and they know it too. To those members of our conference who the Democrats used so callously last night and who are thinking about opposing the rule on the floor today, I simply say this. You are far better than falling for the fake altruism of those across the aisle who never supported you or the solutions you bring to the table, not once. Mr. Speaker, I support the rule and its 5 underlying measures, and I encourage all my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts recognized.
First, let me say to my colleague from Georgia, keep bragging about gas prices and see how that works for you in November. And I ask unanimous consent to insert in the record an article entitled U.S. Gas Prices Hit Highest Levels Since the Beginning of War in Iran.
Objection.
And I would say to my friend, the distinguished chairwoman of the Rules Committee, we offered amendments because we haven't had a vote on an amendment in nearly 100 days. No Democrat and no Republican have been able to vote on an amendment in nearly 100 days. Mr. Van Orden, who's sitting there, we had 2 amendments that were blocked. Mr. Neguse offered one of them last night, and every Republican voted against it. And some of the amendments that we offered, quite frankly, I support. The Biggs Amendment on FISA, I support. And that was really an interesting display of theater because we had the votes, but one of the Republicans, Mr. Griffith, every time we brought it up, conveniently got up and walked out of the room so he didn't have to cast a vote. And we called it up several times, and he kept on walking out of the room. So if you want to talk about theater, that really does deserve an Academy Award. And there were a lot of other amendments, quite frankly, that we brought up that I support. And by the way, we brought up amendments that I don't support. But just because I don't support them doesn't mean they don't deserve to be debated on the House floor. And that's one of the problems with the Republican leadership right now in Congress. You don't believe that this place is a deliberative body. You know, I mean, this is you believe it's kind of your way or the highway. And it's not just Democrats that are getting locked out. I mean, there were, what's the percentage of Republican? 70% of Republican amendments. Most of them were germane. Some of them weren't even particularly controversial in any way, shape, or form. They were blocked. 80% of the bipartisan amendments were blocked. You know, and I know you don't care about Democrats, but well, 90% of our amendments were blocked. I mean, 70% of your own party were denied amendments in the Rules Committee. And again, it has been nearly 100 days since we've had a debate on any amendment, Republican or Democratic amendment. You know, so again, if that's how you all want this place to be run, you know, have at it. But I would urge my Republican colleagues to take a stand now. Say no to this. Say no to this. And I guarantee you it will change. But going along to get along has resulted in even Republican members being denied the right to offer their amendments. Mr. Speaker, I now would like to yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, the distinguished ranking member of the Committee on Agriculture, who has done an incredible job standing up for our farmers and for the most needy in this country, Ms. Craig.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My Republican colleague mentioned Minneapolis. Let's talk about Minneapolis since it's a rules debate. Folks, in this rule is additional funding for ICE and CBP. Let's talk about Minneapolis. Let's talk about the fact that 2 U.S. citizens were murdered on the streets of Minneapolis. There is no way in hell Democrats are going to give one more penny to ICE and CBP until reforms are in place. So if you want to bring up Minneapolis, we can bring up Minneapolis, but you better bring it up with the full context of what the Trump administration is doing in our country that we will not stand for. Mr. Speaker, related to the Farm Bill, the Rules Committee had the opportunity to improve this legislation, which falls way short of the 5-year, 12-title Farm Bill that we should be here discussing today. We should have addressed the tariffs that are bankrupting America's family farmers. Folks, farm bankruptcies are up 50% across this country over the last year in the Trump administration. Farm bankruptcies are up 70% in the Midwest. Trump's trade wars are destroying American farmers. They're sending China to Brazil and Argentina for that business. Folks, when we think about what the Trump administration is doing, the Iran war, it's increased fertilizer cost. It's increased diesel prices. This is not putting America's farmers first. And anytime this president tells you that he loves you, ask him what his actions are doing to help you. We should have included additional farm aid. The Farm Bureau says farmers have lost $54 billion over the last year. $54 billion over the last year. And believe it or not, this administration said $12 billion. That's how much we're going to give our family farmers. We should have bolstered SNAP. At the end of the day, it is unconscionable to me that we used reconciliation to plus up crop insurance programs. Democrats would have supported that in a farm bill, and then cut SNAP by $187 billion. And don't say we didn't cut SNAP. That's absolute nonsense. What you did is you shifted the cost to states in our country, an unfunded mandate that is already increasing taxes in a state like Minnesota because our counties are having to raise property taxes for constituents to pay for it. And by the way, a lot of these constituents are Republican constituents. We should have rallied around a bill that helped family farmers and working families in this country. Instead, this rule opens the door for a bill that rubber stamps tariffs. It does nothing to lower costs on farm inputs. It opens the door for a bill that does not provide a single penny in additional farm aid. It locks in the $187 billion cut to SNAP that's already deprived 3.4 million Americans of food assistance. Greenlighting this rule and the underlying bill is sending a message to every American that Congress does not have their back. It sends a signal to farm country that they are on their own. This bill needs a do-over. My hope is the Senate will provide that do-over. It is not worthy of our support, and I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to vote no on this rule, and I yield back.
Having yielded? Again, the chair, members are reminded to direct comments towards the chair. With that, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before we go any further, I would just like to remind the American citizens that under the Biden administration, over 82% of Farm Bill spending was going to SNAP, and they virtually eliminated any of the support for the American farm family. So again, Democrats demanded that over 80% of Farm Bill spending go to SNAP benefits. That's one of the reasons that the American farm family is suffering so hard today. I now yield 3 minutes to my friend from North Carolina, my friend from Arkansas, the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, Mr. Crawford.
Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank the Speaker, and I thank my friend from Georgia for recognizing me. I rise in support of HRS 1224, the rule to consider S1318, the Foreign Intelligence Accountability Act. This legislation makes further reforms to Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, or FISA, and reauthorizes the authority for 3 years. FISA Section 702 is one of our country's most important foreign intelligence authorities, is limited to collection on foreign nationals based overseas who are likely to provide foreign intelligence value. These are terrorists, hackers, and spies living abroad. No U.S. citizen anywhere in the world can be a target under Section 702. While no U.S. person can be a target of FISA 702, some U.S. person information may incidentally be collected if a foreign target is talking to or about a U.S. person or entity. In 2024, in response to significant FBI abuses of both Section 702 and traditional FISA, Congress passed the Reforming Intelligence and Securing America Act, or RISA, which imposed 56 new requirements and safeguards. Most of the reform measures were directly in response to past abuses by the FBI. Reauthorizing FISA 702 is essential, but the reality is that despite the successful limits and reforms implemented through RISA, there is still major distrust of the FBI. Over the past weeks, alongside Speaker Johnson and Judiciary Chairman Jordan, we've met with members across the Republican conference to identify core requirements and go line by line through the legislation to make changes and address concerns with the goal of reauthorizing Section 702 and requiring additional layers of accountability. The reality is that no reauthorization effort will likely address everyone's concerns, but this bill makes measurable reforms to strengthen accountability and safeguards while maintaining the criticality of the foreign intelligence tool. Specifically, the new legislation adds the following 6 new provisions. Clarifies that no U.S. person can be a target of 702 collection, and any targeting of a U.S. person requires a Title I or Title III warrant. Requires an outside review and authentication of FBI U.S. person queries by the Civil Liberty Protection Office at the Office of the National Director of National Intelligence. Establishes criminal penalties for intentional abuse of FISA 702 queries and falsification of statements to the FISC. Requires DOJ to update procedures to allow members to attend FISC hearings. Requires FBI attorney pre-approval of all FBI U.S. person queries, and mandates an independent audit by the Government Accountability Office on 702 targeting procedures. With these important reforms, the bill includes a reauthorization for FISA 702 authorities for 3 years. In addition to the Section 702 reforms, the rule adds H.R. 1919, Anti-CBC Surveillance State Act, to the underlying bill. This bill blocks the Federal Reserve from issuing a central bank digital currency to individuals, thereby preventing the Fed from collecting personal financial data on Americans. The anti-CBDC bill has passed the House 2 times already this Congress, and I was proud to support it both times. I want to thank Whip Emmer for introducing it and Financial Services Chair French Hill for moving it through committee and working with us to attach it to the Section 702 extension. When this bill is sent to the Senate, I urge them to pass the combined measure, and I urge all members to support the rule and the underlying bill, and with that, I yield.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Georgia reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts
Thank you,
is
Madam
now
Speaker.
recognized.
Madam Speaker, I just want to say to the gentleman who just spoke, the chairman of the Intelligence Committee, I have great respect for him, but that's a lot of words basically to say that Democrats and Republicans will be denied the right to be able to debate and vote on a warrant requirement. Mr. Speaker, I've already spoken about how terrible the bills in this rule are, but let me just take a minute to talk about how much of a dumpster fire the last 48 hours have been from a process standpoint. Because the way this place is being run by your so-called leadership, Madam Speaker, is beyond incompetent. It's pathetic. We spent all night waiting around while Republicans fought amongst themselves. We were told nearly at midnight on Monday to go home. We were then told rules would meet at 8 a.m. on Tuesday. We showed up for that meeting only to be told there would be no meeting because Republicans were still busy fighting with each other. Madam Speaker, you guys had all weekend. Didn't you think to do a Zoom call or something like that with your members to find out where they were? On FISA, this thing has been going on for weeks. Didn't you have a meeting or a phone call or a text thread or something to try to work that out? And finally, at long last, we convened and reported out a rule. But based on public reporting, it is not clear whether the rule that we are debating right now can pass. So what the hell are we doing here? I mean, can somebody please call the Republican whip and ask his office if they have the votes? Maybe ask them if they know how to count. We keep running around in circles here, Madam Speaker, and I will tell you why. Because you guys have a tiny, slim majority, and rather than trying to work things out with Democrats, you cut us out of the process. And the result is endless chaos, endless incompetence, endless delay, and every day Americans are the one who pay the price. Here's just one example. Democrats tried to make in order many Republican amendments in the Rules Committee last night. One of them, authored by Representative Biggs, would require a warrant before the government spies on Americans. Last time the amendment came to the floor, it tied. So clearly, this is an important issue with members of both parties on both sides. It's exactly the kind of debate Congress should be having out in the open. But what did Republicans do? Well, there were 2 Republicans who voted with us to bring the amendment to the floor. Again, an amendment to make sure that government can't spy on Americans without warrants. That was what the amendment was. But then a 3rd Republican, as I mentioned before, kept getting up and leaving the room every time we called a vote. I mean, it was really comical. So that's why we won't be having a floor debate. And again, a Republican amendment, that was a Republican amendment we tried to bring to the floor, blocked by a Republican who literally had to get up and leave the room because if he didn't, it would pass. I just wonder who asked him to leave. I mean, what an embarrassment for this institution. And for the record, it isn't just one amendment Republicans have blocked here. It is hundreds. 7 out of 10 Republican amendments are blocked. 8 out of 10 bipartisan amendments are blocked. 9 out of 10 Democratic amendments are blocked. Let me repeat that. 9 out of 10 Democratic amendments are blocked in this rule. Over 50 times in the Rules Committee last night, we asked to simply have an up or down vote on these important issues on the floor. Over 50 times we were blocked. And I understand my ideas won't always prevail and win, but to not even be able to get a vote, I mean, what the hell are Republicans afraid of? Isn't it our job to debate and to vote? And for the record, this is an interesting statistic. For the record, we had more amendment votes in the Rules Committee last night than we have had on the House floor this entire year. So that is not okay. We call ourselves one of the greatest deliberative bodies of the world, and we aren't deliberating on anything, for God's sakes. Republican leaders are blocking nearly every amendment, and that is what this rule does. It blocks idea after idea after idea from being debated and voted on. We can't debate more aid for farmers. We can't debate more help for hungry families. We have Republican members who are publicly threatening to take down this rule because their amendments were blocked too. I disagree strongly with some of their ideas. I would vote no, but they deserve a vote, don't they? These bills are take it or leave it. The leadership dictates every single letter, every comma. This is no way to run this place. It is no way to run a banana stand. It is pathetic. It is a disgrace. And the Speaker and the majority ought to be embarrassed by what is going on here. You're screwing over your own members. Madam Speaker, you write bad bills and you block good ideas. You refuse to work with Democrats in a bipartisan way. You bend over backwards to appease the people in your conference who have no interest in governing. And to further expand on what I have been talking about, I want to yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Colorado, a member of the Rules Committee who was there during the entire fiasco in the Rules Committee yesterday, Mr. Neguse.
Representative Neguse is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, let me say thank you to the distinguished ranking member of the Rules Committee for his principled leadership. I think it's well understood by most Americans that Congress is broken, that Congress is deeply dysfunctional. But for anyone who is looking for another data point, we have one this morning. The Republican Rules Committee chairwoman criticizing, attacking Democratic members of the Rules Committee for trying to get a vote on Republican amendments. Think about that. The amendments that we offered last night, that I offered last night, were not mine. They were amendments from members of the Republican conference. And for having the audacity to suggest that Republican ideas and Democratic ideas ought to be considered on the floor of the House in this august chamber, we have the Republican chairwoman attacking even the concept that a Democratic member of Congress could dare introduce a Republican amendment. For Ms. Boebert, for Mr. Van Orden, for Ms. Miller-Meeks, for Mr. Stubbe, go down the line. Vote after vote after vote. 2/3 of Republican amendments were rejected by the Republican Rules Committee. Why? What are we afraid of? This ought to be the chamber where we can have a reasoned, objective debate and let the chips fall where they may. I think it is deeply offensive to those Republican members, to the members of my conference, and fundamentally to the American people to suggest to them that we aren't capable of having that debate. And just to be clear on the substance, because I've heard a lot of bluster today, it is shocking to me to hear my colleagues lecture us about fiscal responsibility as they preside over the highest debt in the history of the Republic. To hear them pontificate about fighting for working families as they enact the largest cut to SNAP, to food assistance for hungry families in the history of the country. Madam Speaker, they sermonize about fraud and corruption, while the Trump administration engages in wholesale corruption daily and they do nothing about it. President Trump, right now, is suing the IRS for a $10 billion shakedown. Think about it. He's suing the federal government that he controls. A check for $10 billion that he hopes to secure that will go to Donald Trump, signed by Donald Trump. And who's paying the check? The American taxpayers. You want to root out corruption? Let's start there.
Gentleman's time's
I
up.
yield the gentleman additional 1 minute.
Okay, gentleman has 1 additional minute.
Madam Speaker, it is absurd. It is unconscionable. It is outrageous. So I would just say to the gentleman from Georgia, whom I respect, I understand his arguments on the merits of some of these bills, but spare us the pious lectures, please, especially about corruption. Not while President Trump is suing the Justice Department and suing the IRS and trying to secure more money from hardworking taxpayers in our country. Please. And for my Republican colleagues who are debating whether to vote on this procedural rule, just remember that when you had an important issue that you wanted debated on the House floor, your conference rejected that debate. If you're interested in pesticide immunity or the regulation of field trip forms for middle schoolers, yes, they have you covered. This rule encompasses all of that. But if you have a particular issue that's important to your constituency or your district, you're out of luck. I yield back.
A gentleman from Georgia is now recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my friend from Wisconsin, Mr. Van Orden.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Madam Speaker, I'd like to take a second to thank my Democrat colleagues for acknowledging my amendments. I will be sending them my entire list of legislative priorities for their co-sponsorship. I stand here today to strongly support the E15 year-round codification. For the past 5 years, the EPA has been using data that is older than some of the members of this body. They've issued an emergency extension for E15 for the reason that, they've issued for 5 years in a row, the EPA has issued an emergency waiver for the use of E15 year-round because of the data sources that they've been using. Under the leadership of President Trump and Lee Zeldin, we're now going to use data from this century, and it's critically important. This is what that data has shown. E15 is environmentally sound, it's readily available, it's reliable, and most importantly, it is affordable. So, Madam Speaker, I strongly urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to vote for this rule and for the underlying legislation. And with that, I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is now recognized.
Yeah, I just want to remind the gentleman from Wisconsin, he's in the majority party, and 100% of his amendments were blocked. I don't know what he did to tick off Mr. Scott of Georgia, but he voted against your amendments in the Rules Committee last night. And by the way, I'm somebody who believes that we ought to debate amendments, even the ones that I don't always agree with. because I think this is a place where a diversity of opinion and ideas ought to be brought to the floor and ought to be debated. I'm sorry that the gentleman doesn't share that passion, but I will tell you this: if you vote for this rule, as you just said you would, you can look forward to your future amendments being blocked by the majority in your own party, because that is what they have been doing. We haven't had a debate on a single amendment on this floor in nearly 100 days. I'm not okay with that. And I hope my Republican colleagues are not okay with that either. And you ought to send a message to your leadership that this BS has to stop now. That individual members have to be respected and their ideas need to be brought to the floor. And I would just say the final thing on the E15 matter. I think it's a legitimate issue. Our problem with it is that we're told we can't address the issue of hunger and food insecurity because it adds to the deficit and the debt. The Republican leadership in here knows that the Office of Management and Budget has said that the E15 provision will cost billions with the B. And rather than offset it, you came up with a clever way to vote on it separately and then merge it with the Farm Bill at the end and send it to the Senate. Again, none of this is paid for. What happened to fiscal responsibility? I guess when it comes to helping poor people, everybody on that side is, oh, we can't do it because we got to be fiscally responsible. But on other things, the sky's the limit. I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Dexter.
Gentlewoman from Oregon is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the distinguished ranking member for yielding. At a time when too many Americans are struggling to afford groceries, Congress should be working together to help feed working families. We could be expanding access to fruit and vegetables and investing in the food as medicine programs that keep people healthy and out of the hospital. Instead, we are considering a betrayal of a farm bill that cuts food assistance for millions and fails our farmers. Let me be clear. Hunger is a health issue. Hunger is a policy choice. I spent 20 years caring for the sickest patients in my community, and I know how food insecurity results in illness. I saw patients who delayed care to be able to put food on the table, only to end up in the hospital even sicker. People who couldn't afford the healthy food to manage their hypertension, diabetes, or heart disease. This bill makes impossible choices harder. We need a farm bill that helps farmers feed Americans and helps families afford that food. This bill does neither. I urge my colleagues to vote no on the rule and instead work to advance solutions that actually help families. I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Georgia is now recognized.
Madam Speaker, starving farmers the way the Democrats did over the last several years, where they took and put 82% of Farm Bill spending into SNAP benefits, doesn't allow farmers the resources they need to grow the food that hungry people need. We exempted anybody under 18 from the changes we made. Anybody over 65 was exempted from the changes that we made. Anybody who's medically or psychologically disabled and unable to work is exempt from the changes we made. Anybody who puts in the effort to work 20 hours a week is exempt from the changes we made. Madam Speaker, with that, I yield 1.5 minutes to my friend from Kansas, Mr. Mann, who's done tremendous work on the Farm Bill and the E15.
Gentleman from Kansas is now recognized.
I want to thank the gentleman, my friend from Georgia, for all his efforts to get this passed. Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the Farm, Food, and National Security Act of 2026 and urge my colleagues to pass this critical legislation and the rule to bring it to the floor. The last full Farm Bill was passed in 2018. Since then, input costs have risen, borrowing has become more expensive, and markets have grown more volatile. Our policies must reflect that reality. Last year, we took an important step forward by strengthening the farm safety net and delivering meaningful support for producers through the Working Families Tax Cuts. This bill now builds on that foundation. It delivers a modern, fiscally responsible 5-year farm bill that meets the needs of today's producers and prepares American agriculture for the future. This bill is grounded in fiscal responsibility. It provides certainty without growing government for the sake of growing government. It cuts through unnecessary red tape and focuses on what actually works for producers on the ground. I urge my colleagues to support the Farm, Food, and National Security Act of 2026. I also rise in strong support of year-round E15 and specifically the nationwide Consumer and Fuel Retailer Choice Act, which finally makes it a reality. In the Big First District of Kansas, agriculture is the backbone of our economy and our way of life. Our farmers work hard every day to produce the feedstocks that power American ethanol. Expanding access to E15 means stronger markets and better prices for consumers and more certainty. Mr. Speaker, this is a win for farmers, a win for consumers, and a win for American energy. I urge my colleagues to vote yes for H.R. 1346 and support year-round E15.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm sorry my colleague from Georgia doesn't believe that we can help both farmers and hungry families, but I do, and that's what I'm fighting for. I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kamlager-Dove.
Gentlewoman from California is now recognized.
Madam Speaker, today I rise in strong opposition to this rule and all the things. These bills are problematic and dangerous and will not make gas prices lower or feed families. The FISA bill will allow the government to over-surveil Americans. The Farm Bill will keep the cuts to SNAP benefits and food pantries while protecting large corporations that put pesticides in your food. The budget bill will fund the murderous ICE and Border Patrol to the tune of $140 billion without accountability, and the anti-trans bill will continue to demonize the trans community. These bills are not just dangerous, they could kill people. And Madam Speaker, to load all of these sinister bills together and try to stuff them down the throats of Americans already choking on the incompetence of the majority is disingenuous and delusional. No on the rule, no on the floor, just no. Enough is enough. And with that, I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Georgia is again recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to my friend from Indiana, Mr. Baird.
Gentleman from Indiana is now recognized.
Thank you, Representative Scott. Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of the Farm, Food, and National Security Act of 2026. In my district, agriculture isn't just a part of the economy, it is the economy. Our corn and soybean farmers feed our country, and they fuel our bioeconomy, and they supply global markets, all while operating in tight margins and managing significant risk. This bill provides the certainty they need to plan, invest, and sustain operations that often span generations. I also strengthened this critical link between research and production. Institutions like Purdue University are driving advances in crop science, soil health, precision agriculture, and supply chain resilience, moving the innovation from the lab to the field and keeping American agriculture globally competitive. I'm especially pleased this legislation includes provisions I've worked on to expand access to the technical expertise for conservation, strengthen local and regional processing capacity, and improve coordination between the leading research agencies and provide clarity for emerging agricultural technologies. These are the practical steps that help farmers adopt innovation and build more resilient supply chains. Just as important, this bill reaffirms a strong commitment to science-based standards, particularly at the Environmental Protection Agency. The EPA's rigorous and data-driven review process ensures farmers have access to safe and effective crop protection tools while protecting consumers and the environment. We must maintain the gold standard while also ensuring that reviews are timely and predictable so American producers remain competitive. This bill strengthens farm programs, invests in conservation, supports our rural communities, and it is about stability, innovation, and national security. I urge my colleagues on both sides to support this legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to adopt a Senate amendment to H.R. 7147, the bipartisan compromise bill that the Senate unanimously passed twice now to fund all the law-abiding agencies under the Department of Homeland Security. Enough is enough. This is the deal to fund the Department of Homeland Security while we discuss changes in ICE and CBP. It is a bipartisan measure. It passed unanimously in the Senate twice. The situation is so dire now that even the White House has sent a letter urging the House to pass the bill. So I'm once again giving all members of this body a chance to do what is the right thing and to provide a vote on this bipartisan DHS bill. Stop the games. Stop the games. I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
I urge all members to reject this madness and the games my friends are playing on the other side of the aisle and vote no on the previous question so we can fund, finally, DHS. I reserve.
Reserves. Gentleman
Madam
from
Speaker,
Georgia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm not aware of any recorded vote on the floor of the United States Senate. I'm aware of a couple of actions being taken when nobody was on the floor of the United States Senate, but not aware of any recorded vote. I now yield 2 minutes to my friend from Iowa, Mr. Nunn, who's done tremendous work on the Farm Bill and the E15 issue.
Gentleman from Iowa is now recognized.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Austin Scott, for your leadership on this Farm Bill. Look, I'm from Iowa. We're home to 87,000 proud farmers. We're the home of American Gothic. And we're home to some of the best technology, particularly in ag, that this country's ever seen and the world can benefit from. That's why it's so important that we move forward a farm bill this year that helps not just farmers, but everyone in this country and leads with energy and biofuels the world over. I'm speaking specifically to year-round nationwide E15. Not only is it 30 cents cheaper at the pump, not only is it 50% more fuel efficient and cleaner for us, not only does it bleed off our need right now for foreign energy sources, it starts right here in America. And here's the reality. For the last 4 years under the Biden administration, when gas hit its highest price of over $5 a gallon, we have the opportunity to rein it in with this. The reality is we've done more in the last 4 months than the administration has done, the past administration, over the last 4 years. We've moved forward on summer waivers with EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin. We worked for 45Z, and we've helped sustainable aviation fuel. But Iowa's producers shouldn't have to win it back every single year. We should make this permanent, year-round, nationwide, and help not only farmers grow, but consumers, like my 6 kids, have a more affordable cost of living right here in Iowa, right here in America. The 21 counties across Iowa that I've passed through, they have all asked for certainty. This bill delivers it. I urge my colleagues who have supported this in a bipartisan fashion, Republicans and Democrats, that we can have energy independence right here in America with E15 year-round nationwide. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Madam Speaker, I give great credit to Mr. Nunn and the Iowa delegation, as well as many others, for their work on the E15 issue and the Farm Bill. Thank you. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I just wish the E15 measure was paid for and wasn't going to explode the deficit. But I yield now 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansbury.
Gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I am appalled by what is coming before us on the floor today, all wrapped up in one big, ugly rule. Billions for ICE, warrantless searches on Americans, locking cuts that cut millions of American children's access to food. While working Americans are struggling to put food on the table and a roof over their head, farmers are wondering how they're going to weather drought and tariffs and soaring fuel and fertilizer prices. And what are Republicans bringing to the floor in this House? They are handing ICE another blank check. They are forcing a farm bill that fails our farmers and ranchers and gives big corporations handouts. And on top of that, another FISA bill that gives a backdoor to spy on Americans. This is not governing. It is a dereliction of duty. So stop gaslighting the American people. Our farmers need relief, our families need help, and the hard-working people of this country need you to show up for them, to stand up for the American people. So enough of this chaos, enough of this cruelty, and enough of this corruption. We must vote no. I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I would just remind this young lady, New Mexico has experienced a historic financial boom driven by what President Trump has done in unleashing America's domestic energy production. And I think it was a Senate leader that said they had more money than they could figure out how to spend in New Mexico. And with that, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized again.
I'm prepared to close. I don't know how many more. Madam Speaker, how much time do I have remaining?
Gentleman has 30 seconds left.
That's it? Okay. I yield myself the remaining time.
The gentleman yields.
Madam
Gentleman
Speaker.
is recognized.
Okay. Yeah. Madam Speaker, prices are up. Debate in this House is down. You know, we're debating culture war nonsense instead of adhering to an affordability agenda. We're giving more money to ICE and CBP that are lawless, that don't need any more money, and we're giving more tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires. Farmers are getting screwed over. Poor people are getting screwed over. Hunger is going up in this country. And enough is enough. Enough is enough. My friends on the other side do not care. And I would say to my Republican colleagues, if you are tired of getting rolled by your own leadership, then vote no on this rule. Vote no on this rule. Send a message to them that you want this place to be a forum where we debate real issues.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Madam Chair, Customs and Border Protection is an extremely important part of protecting the United States of America. And while the Democrats might want to eliminate Customs and Border Protection so that they can open the borders wide up, the American citizens want those borders secure. Now, this week, the House has the ability to advance 5 pieces of legislation. The Farm, Food, and National Security Act, representing years of committee efforts and stakeholder engagement, strengthening rural America, improving conservation tools, and supporting American producers. The Foreign Intelligence Accountability Act reauthorizes Section 702 with reforms providing the continued ability to collect intelligence on foreign nationals overseas who are reasonably believed to possess foreign intelligence information in order to stop terrorist attacks on United States soil. Again, stopping terrorist attacks on United States soil. We have no idea who you let in this country over the last several years. The Stopping Indoctrination and Protecting Kids Act supports parents, strengthens transparency, and protects our children in educational environments. The budget resolution is an essential first step towards ending the Democrat-driven shutdown of DHS and strengthening our nation's national securities and keeping our borders secure, which is what your real opposition is to the Department of Homeland Security. Finally, the Nationwide Consumer and Fuel Retailer Choice Act allows the option to sell gasoline that is blended with 10% to 15% ethanol year-round and provides additional reforms to the renewable fuel standard. Together, these measures advance our commitments to American families, American producers, responsible stewardship of taxpayer dollars. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting yes on the previous question and yes on the rule. Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution so that we can keep America's borders secure.
The gentleman yields. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays. I mean,
okay.
A little.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the chair will reduce to 5 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote on the question of adoption of the resolution if ordered. This is a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 215 and the nays are 210. The previous question is ordered. The question is the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed will say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Speaker.
Gentleman is recognized.
Ask for a recorded vote.
Gentleman has asked for a recorded vote. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is offered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. 5-minute vote.
All members vote. On this vote, the yeas are 214, the nays are 210. The resolution is adopted. On this vote, the yeas are 216, the nays are 210. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the chair.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1224, I call up the concurrent resolution, Senate Con Res 33, setting forth the congressional budget for the United States government for fiscal year 2026 and setting forth the appropriate budgetary levels for fiscal years 27 through 2035, and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 33, concurrent resolution setting forth the congressional budget for the United States government for fiscal year 2026 and setting forth the appropriate budgetary levels for fiscal years 2027 through 2035.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the concurrent resolution is considered read. The concurrent resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Budget, or their respective designees. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Boyle, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on SCON Res 33 currently under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, we're here because my Democrat colleagues have shut the United States government down, the Department of Homeland Security, for now 74 days. They have held the American people hostage and have imperiled the safety of every citizen of this country for their ridiculous and even dangerous demands. They're not serious. We had a four corners agreement between Republicans and Democrats in the House and the Senate. They reneged. And if it weren't for President Trump's intervention, we would have the hardworking public servants at the Department of Homeland Security going 100 days without pay. Ask me, Mr. Speaker, how many days my Democrat colleagues have gone without pay. How long they would tolerate going without pay. Mr. Speaker, this isn't just about the inconvenience of long lines at airports. This is an unprecedented national security and public safety crisis. And this is the moment we take the keys from the kids and we say no more of this nonsense, and we open up the people's government and we restore the safety and security of the American people. Now, you'll hear my colleagues no doubt say, if we could just agree on some common sense reforms, we would have opened up the Department of Homeland Security. We would have been glad to work with you. But let's think about these quote unquote common sense reforms. To require this administration to get a judicial warrant to expel criminal aliens from our country. There is not a Democrat or Republican former commander-in-chief that would ever find that acceptable. Because in fact, these criminal aliens have had their day in immigration court, and they have their orders to be expelled because they are not here with cause, they are here with threat to my family and to my community and to my great state of Texas and to this beloved country of ours, and it's unacceptable. But they would effectively stop all deportations. But we had an election after 4 years of lawlessness and chaos at the southern border, crime criminals, and all kinds of criminal elements and drugs that killed more people than the entire Vietnam War in 1 year. And this president was elected to restore law and order, rule of law in this great civil society of ours. It's been an embarrassment for those 4 years, and he's done it. And that's what the people sent us here to do. That's the mandate they gave us, along with unified Republican leadership. But there's been one wall of obstruction after another for this president and this administration. And that's one example of their ridiculous, absurd, unserious demands. The other one is, and I heard this at the Rules Committee, my friend, and I couldn't believe my ears. They called our law enforcement agents who risked their lives to keep us safe. Their families pray and wait for their mom or dad to come home, wondering if something goes wrong and the bad guys win that day and they never see their family member again. And yet, my Democrat colleague repeatedly referred to our honorable ICE and CBP agents as masked thugs. When evil is called good and good is called evil. You remember that quote? You remember that admonition? These are the days. Mr. Speaker, we've given 16 chances and all opportunities to vote to turn this government of the people back on and support our ICE and CBP agents, to protect our ports by funding our guardsmen, to protect the CISA agents, to protect our critical infrastructure while cyber attacks are on the rise, and to resource our FEMA agency to be ready to respond to our citizens in a natural disaster. 16 times they said no. No. And here we are. Demasking our agents, calling them masked thugs. 8,000% increase, Mr. Speaker, in death threats to these gentlemen and gentlelady who wear the badge, who wear the uniform, who protect the thin blue line. 1,300% increase in assaults. 3,200% increase in vehicular assaults. We know who they are. We have made great effort to identify each agent so they would be held accountable if they did anything illegal or inappropriate. But we have cartel members who have bounties of tens of thousands of dollars on their heads. And we have masked, leftist, radical, violent folks who are assaulting them in the streets while they're trying to do their dangerous job. You want to know why we're here, Mr. Speaker? You want to know why we're here, American people? That's why we're here. And we say, enough's enough. And today we put forward this reconciliation, this budget resolution with reconciliation instructions to fund the people's homeland security, to protect our citizens, and to do right by these hardworking, God-fearing public servants that go to work every day not knowing if they're going to come home. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the balance of, actually I don't yield the balance, I reserve. Boy, that was almost a fatal flaw in this debate, Mr. Ranking Member, but I reserve the balance of my time. You pick that up?
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Thank you. Let me set the stage here for what has brought us to this point. Last year, over the course of the first 6 months of the year, mind you, there was Reconciliation 1.0. That was what the other side and the president used to call the big, beautiful bill. Remember that? You don't hear that phrase too much anymore. You know why? One of the most unpopular pieces of legislation to pass Congress in modern American history. More than 2-to-1 disapproval over approval. Why is that? Because the American people know what was in the bill. The American people know that it throws more than 15 million Americans off their health care, more than 17 million, according to one nonpartisan service. In addition to that, it raises health care costs for tens of millions more. But that's not all. It also cuts nutrition assistance, the biggest cuts to the SNAP program in American history. And on, I could take up the next hour listing the cuts. And why are those cuts in there? In order to fund the biggest tax breaks for billionaires in American history. But that's not all. It is also the biggest increase to our national debt in American history. And that's not all. It also includes $140 billion, record funding, mind you, for ICE and CBP. So that is what has set the stage for Reconciliation 2.0, the bill that is now in front of us. This bill is quite different in that it is narrowly pertaining to just two areas, ICE and CBP. That's interesting to me because one thing the vast majority of the American people agree on, whether they're Democrat, Republican, or independent, is that costs keep going up. They haven't come down in the last year and a half. They've only gotten worse. They've only gotten higher. And that is no accident. It is not because of something like a terrorist attack or the business cycle. No, it is directly because of this president's reckless policies. Trade policies that have spiked inflation and a war in Iran that has taken the average price for a gallon of gas from under $3 a gallon just 2 months ago to now over $4.20 a gallon and rising. You don't see anything in this Reconciliation 2.0 to address anything that I just discussed. Any of the rising costs, any of the rising healthcare costs, any of the rising costs of the supermarket. Nothing, nada, zilch, zero. The only thing that is in this is another $70 billion for ICE and CBP on top of the record funding that was in the bill last year. The American people simply want costs to come down, period. Unfortunately, those priorities are not being met by this Republican majority. Now, I want to be clear. I believe, and sometimes this is inconvenient on both sides of the aisle to say it, I strongly believe in a secure border, period. What I don't believe in is any agency of the government shooting and killing American citizens in the streets of our country. I think the vast majority of the American people agree with me that we need to have a secure border, but that we cannot have any agency of our government carrying out killings on our streets. We know that there are reforms that need to happen with ICE and CBP in order to rein in the abuses that we have seen. Unfortunately, none of that is in the bill before us. Instead, it's just throwing them, showering them with additional billions of dollars that they simply don't need. So, Mr. Speaker, I really hope soon we can get back to a budget bill that addresses the needs and concerns of the American people. Unfortunately, that is not the one that is presently before us. The American people deserve far better. I thank you, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately and conveniently, some of my Democrat friends have had a bad case of amnesia, so I'm going to remind the American people that when Joe Biden and the Democrats had control of this town and this chamber and Congress and the White House, they took inflation from 1.4% all the way past 9%. We had a 22% increase cumulative of prices of everyday goods that Americans depend on. So it was Joe Biden and the Democrats who lit the fuse on the inflationary firestorm that American people, especially working Americans, suffered from. The average inflation rate during the Joe Biden-Kamala Harris era was 5%. Inflation is down. The average inflation under this president, President Trump, is 2.7. Wages are up. Business investment up. Growth up. GDP up. And money in people's pockets, because had we relied on the Democrats, we would have seen a $1,700 a month tax hike on the American people. but we said no tax on tips, no more tax on working people with respect to overtime or seniors on a fixed income. I'm very proud of what we did as one strategy to provide much needed relief after the cost of living crisis that was caused by the unbridled spending and failed economic policies of my Democrat colleagues. Now, with that, I'd like to introduce the American people to a great man and patriot, a dear friend and the vice chairman of the Budget Committee from the great state of Pennsylvania, Mr. Lloyd Smucker, for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you. I just like to respond to some of the comments of my friend, the ranking member of the Budget Committee, also from Pennsylvania, just to say that in regards to the tax bill, the one big, beautiful bill, I can tell you individuals, families, wage earners in my district are feeling the impact of that bill when they're filing their taxes. They like the no tax on tips that so many in my district have taken advantage of, the no tax on overtime that so many have taken advantage of. And I've had many seniors come to me and say they had a lot more in their pockets after they filed their taxes this year. And I'll put up our record in the last year, our economic record, the impact on people in our districts against that of the Biden administration anytime. We have an economy that is growing quickly. We have inflation at a manageable spot, and people are feeling it in their pocketbooks. I was happy to hear the ranking member say that he supports a secure border, because you certainly wouldn't have known that during the past administration when Democrats were in control and we had thousands of people pouring across this border every single day, including individuals who were criminals, who were members of gangs, including drugs flowing across the border, and Democrats did nothing to stop that. And I'll tell you, in my district, when I talk to people of all political stripes, Democrats and Republicans alike, they support removing people from this country who are criminals and who are here illegally. And they support the work of ICE in doing that. Democrats obviously do not. A shutdown should never be used.
Mr. Speaker, I yield the gentleman an additional minute.
You're recognized.
We should never use a government shutdown to achieve any policy benefits. We've seen Democrats do that time and time again. We certainly shouldn't be using it to not fund those who are keeping Americans safe and who are removing criminals from our country. That's what this bill is about today. We shouldn't be funding this in this way. It should be done through a regular appropriations bill. But we were not able to do that because we did not have Democrat support. I don't like necessarily the way we're doing this, but there has to be grown-ups in the room, and that is Republicans right now, who are going to ensure that those people who are working hard to keep Americans safe every day are going to be able to count on a paycheck at the end of the week. So this is an important bill. It's very unfortunate that Democrats continue to shut down the government over this issue, but Republicans are going to stand for the safety and security of the American people. It's the #1 thing that every one of us as elected officials should be doing. We should be ensuring that American individuals, American citizens are safe and secure.
Time has expired.
Thank you.
I thank the gentleman in reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserved. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from California, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Panetta.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Republican budget resolution does nothing to end the shutdown, does nothing to reform ICE, yet does everything to give ICE and CBP $70 billion more. Look, I support a strong and secure border, but the Trump deportation policy goes way beyond going after felons and gang members. The last Republican reconciliation bill injected $190 billion into DHS, leading to thousands of untrained ICE and CBP agents being injected into our communities. They called themselves law enforcement, but they acted with lawlessness, trolling big box store parking lots, causing chaos in our communities, deaths to American citizens, and were allowed to act with impunity. So I said no more funding until they transform, reform, and retrain with commonsensical law enforcement protocols and procedures. Now, I hate shutdowns, but if you allow a vote on the bipartisan Senate bill today, we can open and pay TSA, Coast Guard, Cyber, and FEMA. But instead of working with us across the aisle, the purely partisan resolution that just funds ICE without any reforms demonstrates once again, you're going it alone. You're doing nothing to lower costs. You're adding to our debt and deficit. You're giving in to the president, and you're giving up on our constitutional responsibilities. So I'm voting no, not just because I'm for reforming ICE, but I'm standing up to this administration, and I'm living up to my oath of office. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, instead of the absurd demands of asking for judicial warrants after immigration judges have ruled that these criminal aliens are not with cause, for heaven's sakes, in our country, we included body cams, millions of dollars. The president reviewed protocols, included and strengthened training programs. But here's the root cause of what people saw on their TV sets at night when they saw the mayhem and they saw the chaos. It was lawless sanctuary cities, rogue leaders who incited violence against our law enforcement officers while they were doing a dangerous job to rid our country of criminal aliens. How in the world do we expect them to do this job when you have state and local leaders who refuse to cooperate, who thumb their nose at the rule of law and make things not only more difficult, but more dangerous for the men and women in uniform who courageously protect us every day? With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my friend from the great state of Utah, Mr. Blake Moore.
Gentleman from Utah is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One trick that you see back here in Washington politics is when the opposing side is arguing in defense of the indefensible, they will say, I support border security, but there's always a but. What we have seen for the last 5.5 years since President Biden took over in 2021 to today is very simply laid out in the following 3 strategies. Leave the border wide open, then create a bunch of sanctuary cities, and then refuse to fund immigration and border patrol. You look at those 3 things, that is exactly what they're doing. And now they're forcing us to go at it alone. When for decades, longer than that, Republicans and Democrats have always been able to come together and support Homeland Security bill. But they refuse to support ICE and CBP. Senate Concurrent Resolution 33 is a critical step in delivering on the key policy mandate that voters gave Congress to secure the southern border and end the national crisis that is mass migration. I would much rather fund and regulate the Department of Homeland Security and immigration enforcement through regular appropriations. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle have made that impossible. This is not a serious way to govern. It is irresponsible. It is dangerous. Congress should not play with the livelihoods of service members at the Coast Guard, Transportation Security Agency, or the Secret Service to secure a political win. We cannot restrict resources at a time like this, especially amid recent threats to White House officials and national security concerns. We're now forced to run a narrowly focused, partisan reconciliation process to provide necessary funding to ICE and CBP and their operational and support components to last through the Trump administration. The Trump administration has made great strides in securing the border and removing those who have entered our country illegally, which will alleviate strains on local law enforcement and hospital systems, help lower insurance premiums, and put downward pressure on housing prices in the long run. Supporting this resolution will ensure we can build on this success and continue to provide a safe environment for American families to thrive. This also does a very important thing by setting our projected deficit of 3% of GDP, and
Another 20 seconds.
I will end there. Thank you very much for the additional time to take our finances seriously and put a 3% debt to GDP. I urge my colleagues to support this budget resolution. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
I reserve the balance.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Doggett.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
ICE has become another three-letter word for lie. Lies about immigrants as an excuse for racist and un-American policies. Lies about dead American citizens like Renee Good and Alex Preddy. Lies about outrageous conditions at detention centers like Dilley, Texas, where measles spreads and children are fed infested food with worms. Lies really to all of us that the Trump regime is merely concerned about dangerous criminals, when in fact their dragnet picks up anyone who happens to get in the way that they can take, no matter how much that immigrant teacher, that immigrant construction worker, that immigrant small business or healthcare worker are contributing to their community. While we have simply asked that ICE meet the standards that we expect of our local law enforcement, this bill is designed to let ICE continue its rampage across America totally unrestrained. What we should be doing is using this $70 billion that this Republican bill showers on ICE and CBP to instead address the affordability crisis that our American families are facing because of Trump's continued mismanagement, his reckless, endless war in Iran, and his illegal tariffs. That $70 billion, think of what it could accomplish. With it, we could restore affordable access to a family physician for millions of American families. Another 30 seconds, Mr. Chairman.
I yield the gentleman another 30 seconds.
We could restore access to a family physician to millions of American families who no longer have it thanks to the Republican action. Or we could instead choose to provide for our future by assuring that every single 3- and 4-year-old in America can access pre-kindergarten, pre-K. But instead of helping working families, Republicans insist that we shower more dollars, more tax dollars, on a rogue agency that already has entirely too much funding to continue its mission of ripping families apart and detaining babies. I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Okay, let's play back the tape, Mr. Speaker. 4 years, wide open border, flooding the zone, and by the zone I mean the entire country. Crime, criminals, drugs, record number of people on the terrorist watch list, record number of people from countries of interest, record number of of illegal immigrants dying in the desert, record number of humans trafficked to this country, record, open border, disaster. And now after this mess, when we have to get the brave men and women to go clean up the streets from the criminals that roam in the great cities of this country and threaten our citizens, they want to call them, what I heard at Rules Committee, masked thugs. That's what they're calling our law enforcement officers. But I guess we shouldn't be too surprised, because that's the party that wanted to defund the police. That's the party with the battle cry, defund ICE. That's the party who at the top of their ticket in the last presidential election had a presidential nominee who compared ICE to the KKK, and her vice president compared them to the Gestapo. So no, sir, Mr. Speaker, I'm not surprised. Not surprised that now that they created this self-inflicted disaster and mess, and our brave ICE officers are trying to clean it up, that they'd want to impede them and insult them, but they only insult law-abiding American citizens. I assure you that. And with that, I yield to my dear friend from the Tar Heel State, a member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Addison McDowell.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Well, thank you, Chairman. And I think that
For how much time, Mr.
For 2 minutes, Mr.
For 2
Speaker,
minutes.
I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think it's important that we point out that as our Democrat colleagues across the aisle are pointing a finger at us, there's 3 fingers pointing back at them. And what we need to look at is exactly what they've done. for the last 4 years of Joe Biden. They let all of these people into our country. We're trying to get rid of them. There was a mandate by the American people for us to do that. That's what we're trying to do. Now, we're also trying to do one of our very basic functions as Congress, which is to pass appropriations bills. And while they want to blame us, I will remind them that each time that has come up, it has passed out of this chamber with bipartisan support. It has gone to the Senate, where it has died. The President, the Senate, our leadership, they have tried to come to an agreement. They will not let us. That's exactly what's happening. Mr. Speaker, this is day 74. 74 days. That is exactly how long the Department of Homeland Security has been shut down. 74 days, Mr. Speaker. And let's be clear about one thing. Democrats have forced the shutdown to defund law enforcement and gamble with the safety of our country. They are pushing an agenda that leads to lawlessness in our communities. They're willing to let dangerous illegal aliens, murderers, rapists, drug traffickers walk our streets and destroy our communities. They're even willing to force Americans to stand in long TSA lines simply as leverage to force their agenda. And maybe they were fine with the millions of illegal aliens that were released into our communities under the Biden administration. And maybe they were fine with the massive flow of drugs that poured across our southern border. But my constituents were not, Mr. Speaker. The American people were not. And House Republicans will keep the promises that we made. We will do what it takes to keep Americans safe and secure. Now, despite the Democrat resistance, we will stand on principles and deliver for the American people. Mr. Speaker, I urge a yes vote to get us back on track to fully reopening the Department of Homeland Security, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman in reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Boy, that sounds like a scary hellscape that the last couple speakers on the other side have described. I'm just glad they're not talking about the United States, because in the country where I live, actually, specifically in my city of Philadelphia, the murder rate is lower today than at any point in the 1960s. There are a lot of American cities right now that have the lowest violent crime rate in my lifetime. I can understand, though, why they want to talk about anything but costs. Because right now, according to one opinion poll, the American people are more pessimistic today about their own economic future than they were even in the depths of the Great Recession. And they rate this president the lowest job approval on the economy since George W. Bush in the middle of the Great Recession. You can understand why they want to talk about anything except for costs and the financial livelihoods of most American households. With that, Mr. Speaker, I am happy to yield 1.5 minutes to a gentleman from a fellow Commonwealth, except he is from the Commonwealth of Virginia, the distinguished ranking member of the Education and Workforce Committee, also member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Scott.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're talking about the budget. For years, my Republican colleagues have sanctimoniously spoken about the need to reduce the deficit, but continuously vote for spending bills that add trillions of dollars to the federal deficit. The CBO estimates that last year's big ugly bill will add $3.4 trillion to the deficit by 2034. And this bill is not even serious. They didn't even bring it to committee. They just brought it to the floor. It continues the pattern of presidential administrations. Every Republican administration since Nixon has left for the Democrats a worse deficit than they inherited. By the way, every Democratic administration since Kennedy has left for the Republicans a better deficit than they inherited, all without exceptions. Now they're back here with the misguided budget priorities. This thing does nothing to lower costs and make life better for the American people. It does give $70 billion to ICE after they violated the Constitution, kill Americans, and refuse to agree to Democratic demands that they conform to the same standards as other law enforcement officers, like get a warrant before you go into somebody's house, don't use unconstitutional excessive force, don't deport citizens. We should be investing in education, health care, and child care, and job creation. This bill doesn't do it, and that's why we ought to vote no. I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Just a note, Mr. Speaker, on cost. when the Democrats controlled Congress and the White House, they spent a record $12 trillion. Now, $5 trillion of that is because of the record interest rate hikes that were associated with a almost half a century high inflation. So combined, we're talking about, again, almost $12 trillion. And what did we get for that? What did we get for that as the American people, the shareholders? What return did our citizens get for that, quote, investment? Green energy subsidies to corporations. That was a disaster for our energy economy, made the prices of gas and electricity for our consumers skyrocket. Well, the American people got tens of thousands of IRS agents. It expanded the IRS by $80 billion because that's what they thought that the American people needed after a 22% increase in price. They bailed out student loan programs. They bailed out schools that wouldn't open. One bailout after another. The Union Pension Fund. It's hard to keep up with it. And they actually, and you go back and look at the executive order from President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris at the time, they actually provided health care at the cost of taxpayers to people in this country illegally. And we wonder why we had record numbers of illegal immigrants pouring into this country. With that, Mr. Speaker, I want to yield to my friend from the Buckeye State and the House's chairman of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Jim Jordan, for 3 minutes.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank Mr. Speaker, I thank the gentleman for yielding. Why are the Democrats doing it? Why would they shut down the Department of Homeland Security for 74 days? Why would they do that when we've had a third assassination attempt on the President of the United States, while we're in the middle of a military operation in Iran, when we've had terrorist attacks here on the homeland? Why would they do it? Simple answer is, they don't want a border. They don't want a border. They've said it, but look at their plan. 4 years of Joe Biden, they let in 10 million illegal migrants. Then they create sanctuary jurisdictions all over the country, which makes it difficult to remove illegal migrants who commit another crime. And now they say, let's don't pay the guys who do the removing. Let's don't pay ICE. Let in 10 million, create sanctuary jurisdictions. By the way, 18 cities, 11 states, 3 counties, District of Columbia are sanctuary jurisdictions. Because they're big blue cities, big blue states, that represents almost a third of the country lives in a jurisdiction where the politicians tell local law enforcement, don't work with federal law enforcement when it comes to enforcing federal law. And now they say, don't pay the guys who enforce federal law. Don't pay the ICE. It's not enough that the left-wing agitators out there have doxed them, tracked them, spit on them, sworn at them, threatened them, attacked them. That's not enough. We're not going to pay them. We're not going to pay them. Such a plan. And it's all because they don't want a border in our country. Well, there was an election where the people said, we want a border. And that's why this bill and the good work that Chairman Arrington and the Budget Committee have done is so darn important. We shouldn't have to pass this kind of bill. Should have been done in the appropriation bill, but nope. They're going to shut the government down for 74 days because they don't want a border. They let in 10 million. They create sanctuary jurisdictions so it's difficult to remove them, and then they don't want to pay the guys who do the removing. That's their plan. And the country needs to know that, plain and simple. But here come the Budget Committee and Republicans say, we're going to do something to pay the guys. We're going to have to do it via reconciliation. So thank the Budget Committee and the chairman for doing the work. I urge a yes vote and yield back.
I thank the gentleman in reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Texas reserved. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Omar.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to this Republican effort to funnel another $70 billion to ICE and CPP to continue their inhumane, illegal, reprehensible actions. This effort is even more incomprehensible considering it comes after Trump and congressional Republicans already created an $85 billion slush fund for ICE during the last budget reconciliation process. In my district, ICE has used the money to terrorize Minnesotans, particularly our Black and brown communities, through Operation Metro Surge. We watched in horror as ICE agents murdered our neighbors, Renee Good and Alex Preddy, in broad daylight. We witnessed our neighbors being snatched off the street, pulled from their homes and cars without a warrant. We saw dozens of children ripped away from their families, friends, and schools, shipped to detention centers out of state. Our communities are still recovering from that devastation caused by the federal occupation and the blatant trampling of the rights we as Americans hold dear. We cannot send this rogue and unaccountable agency another cent. I urge my colleagues to vote no. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania Reserve, the gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to my friend from Tennessee, Mr. Van Epps.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, congressional Democrats have kept the Department of Homeland Security shut down for more than 70 days. During this time, the critical services DHS provides to the American people are at best disrupted and at worst paused entirely. This comes as we prepare for the busiest travel season ever, celebrating our founding and welcoming visitors from around the world. It also comes during a threat environment unlike any other. The previous administration welcomed unvetted migrants across our border for 4 years. There have been 3 assassination attempts against this sitting president, and cyber threats targeting our critical infrastructure are accelerating. The threats are persistent, and they are here within our borders. It is high time we empower these agencies to accomplish their crucial mission, and I urge my colleagues to support this budget resolution. With that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman in reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Washington State, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Jayapal.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1.5 minutes from Washington State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This budget resolution is a total insult to the American people. Instead of addressing the rising prices of gas, of groceries, of housing, of childcare, the things that actually allow people to survive in an economy that Republicans have rigged for the billionaires, this resolution puts another $70 billion into ICE and CBP. That's on top of a $170 billion slush fund that was given to these agencies in the Republicans' big bad betrayal bill last year that allowed ICE and CBP to carry out a violent, cruel, unconstitutional campaign of terror in communities across this country, killing Renee Good and Alex Preddy in Minnesota, conducting a campaign of mass detentions, detaining an unprecedented number of people that has resulted in 47 record deaths, locking up children and using them as bait for their parents, terrorizing schools and churches and hospitals with their activity. Meanwhile, Republicans refuse to address the rising costs that Americans are dealing with because this administration refuses to put the people first. Americans of every political stripe do not want more money to go to ICE's slush fund. What they want is real reforms to ICE and CBP to rein in the lawlessness. What they want is for the administration to get serious about cutting their costs instead of catering to Trump's cronies. Vote no on this resolution.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Almost gave the gentleman a heart attack saying I was from Texas. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the member from California, also a member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Chu.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
For yet another week, Republicans have brought us legislation that does absolutely nothing to lower the cost of groceries, housing, or health care. Instead, they want another $140 billion to expand their lawless deportation machine. Not one penny will make life more affordable for people. In fact, this bill fails to implement the most basic common sense reforms to ICE and CBP. Trump's immigration agents have ripped hundreds of thousands of people from their families, jobs, and communities. Nearly 60,000 people are trapped in ICE detention, almost half with no criminal record. And 48 people have died in ICE custody. Their anti-immigrant agenda is killing people. People like my constituent, Carlos Montoya, a 52-year-old father and grandfather. When ICE agents raided a Home Depot just minutes from my district, Carlos was so frightened that he fled and was tragically struck and killed by a car on the freeway. This administration is instilling so much terror that people are willing to risk their lives to escape. Republicans' big, ugly bill already handed ICE $170 billion, and now they want another $140 billion to keep kidnapping children, tackling grandmothers to the ground, raiding car washes, and shooting innocent people. But somehow they keep insisting there's no money for health care, food assistance, or housing. Vote no on this bill.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, just again, setting the record straight for the American people, the only monies we're spending are monies that the Democrats in the House and Senate agreed with us to spend to operate Homeland Security, including ICE and CBP. And then they reneged on it. They went back on their word, and they shut the Department of Homeland Security down for over 70 days. And all we're doing is using reconciliation, a budgetary tool, to fund ICE and CBP because they want to defund ICE and CBP. I mean, you hear it in their rhetoric. I mentioned the masked thugs and the comparison to the KKK. They're talking about protecting the illegal immigrant. But you haven't heard a word about Laken Riley and her family. You haven't heard anything about Jocelyn Nungary and her family, or the thousands upon thousands of American citizens whose lives are forever changed because of the harm that was perpetrated upon them from an illegal criminal alien that was allowed in this country with impunity. Because our president at the time was derelict in his duty to uphold the laws of the land, because he refused to provide for the common defense. And when Texas and other states tried to protect their citizens, they were harassed and obstructed at every turn. So, what choice do we have? Go back to the open border and a sanctuary nation for criminal aliens? That's not acceptable to Republicans. And that's not acceptable to the people in the popular vote, in the electoral vote, every swing state. They sent us here to put America first and the American people first and to restore law and order, Mr. Speaker. And with that, I yield.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, listen for the dog that didn't bark. You notice what the other side hasn't mentioned once during this debate, a debate, mind you, on a reconciliation budget bill? Nothing about costs. Nothing about their plan to bring down the cost of gas, which had the biggest monthly increase in my lifetime, thanks to this administration's policies. Nothing to make health care more affordable. Nothing about child care to make that more affordable. Nothing to make housing more affordable. Nothing at all about that. They have nothing to say because they have no plan and they don't have one dime for any of that in their bill. With that, Mr. Speaker, I am very happy to yield to gentleman from the Commonwealth of Kentucky, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. McGarvey.
For
1.5 minutes.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this Republican budget. Last year, my Republican colleagues forced through a budget that gave ICE over $80 billion. Let's put that in perspective. Last year, ICE got more than double the amount they got during the entirety of Trump's first presidency, but somehow that's not enough. Now, they're trying to push through another $70 billion with no reforms, no accountability, no strings attached, nothing. $70 billion in taxpayer dollars for an agency responsible for kidnapping people off the street, murdering U.S. citizens, separating families, detaining children, and breaking down doors without warrants. $70 billion for taxpayer dollars for masked, armed, and untrained agents who don't answer to anyone. $70 billion in taxpayer dollars for a campaign of terror directed at our own neighbors, while the rest of the country struggles to feed their families, pay rent, go to the doctor, and keep the lights on. I'm so tired of hearing that we don't have enough money for our schools and hospitals, no money to make sure our veterans are taken care of, no money to make sure everyone has a roof over their head, no money for health care. I mean, just a couple of weeks ago, we were told we don't even have the money to make sure that pregnant women can have fruits and vegetables. But the second Trump needs more money to bankroll his own personal police force, Republicans in Congress can move mountains. For ICE, we have $70 billion. For everyone else, nothing. This is intentional. It's a choice, and it's the wrong one. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Texas, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, again, just reminding my colleagues and friend that average gas price under Joe Biden and the Democrat leadership was over $5. Under President Trump, it's just a little over $3. He talks about cost, but if you look at the CBO, which is nonpartisan scorekeeper, they would tell you in the first 6 months of this fiscal year compared to the last 6 months of last fiscal year, that the deficit has actually gone down for the first time in almost a decade by $138 billion. That's not me telling you that. That's not conjecture on the part of either party. It's the watchdog, scorekeeper, nonpartisan, telling you that when we held the line to control spending on discretionary side, for the last 4 years, we've saved almost $500 billion. And then in the big, beautiful bill, and it is big and beautiful because we protected tax dollars and we preserved the safety nets for American citizens who need them and depend on them. And CBO also has, and I submit for the record, a letter about the Medicaid coverage impacts of the big, beautiful bill. And you know what it says? Let me summarize. The millions of people who are no longer on Medicaid or SNAP are people who don't qualify to be on there. They're people who are in this country illegally. And they were people who refuse to work even though they're able to work, and taxpayers, hardworking, are willing to support their fellow Americans, but it is a social compact. And there is a responsibility. And that's what we did as Republicans. And, Mr. Speaker, that's what the American people sent us here to do. So we can talk about the cost. Deficits are coming down, more money in people's pockets, safety nets being restored and protected and preserved for the American citizens who depend on them. And we are protecting tax dollars, and we are looking out for our kids and future vulnerable Americans who need these programs that are unsustainable because my Democrat colleagues haven't lifted a finger to help us root out waste and fraud. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas reserved. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, just to fact check here what we heard, since the previous speaker said that the national average for a gallon of gas is $3 a gallon. No, that's what it was 2 months ago. Today, as of literally just a few moments ago when I checked, the national average is $4.22 a gallon. Again, last month, the largest monthly increase in the price of gas since 1967. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Raskin, thank you. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Rhode Island, member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Amo.
The gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, Rhode Islanders have had enough of Trump's reign of terror. Across my state, they know when so-called enforcement becomes intimidation, when profiling and abuse are rampant, and when accountability is absent. And now, instead of restoring trust or lowering costs, Republicans are doing it again. Their first big, ugly bill ripped billions out of our healthcare system that will make millions sicker and poorer, all to spend $170 billion on ICE and CBP's rogue tactics. Now this budget doubles down on that spending spree, dumping another $70 billion in taxpayer funding into the same cruel system without any reforms. So here it is. They are using your money not to lower costs for gas, groceries, rent, or healthcare, not to help people, but to fund raids, roundups, and fear in American communities. I will not stand by while costs rise, rights are trampled, and working families are left behind. So we have a choice. Use your tax dollars to fund mass men and their mass raids, or help families put food on the table, keep a roof over their heads, and stay healthy. I choose families. I urge a no vote on this latest Republican budget betrayal, and I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserved. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania, you are recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1.5 minutes to the always eager gentleman from Maryland, the distinguished ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Raskin.
The member from Maryland is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year, devil-may-care, footloose, free-spending, Trump-enabling MAGA Republicans cut ICE and CBP a check from the American people for $170 billion with no oversight, no accountability, and no programmatic details. And in the months since they passed their staggeringly irresponsible, budget-busting, debt-enlarging, big, beautiful bill, the American people have seen the consequences of handing billions of dollars to a rogue agency headed up by terrible leaders like Kristi Noem. ICE now routinely tramples the constitutional rights of the people. It thumbs its nose at federal court orders, and it brings fear and terror to communities across the country. Look at what federal courts have said about ICE, which didn't just lie about the killings of Renee Good and Alex Preddy. In dozens of cases, federal judges have found that ICE officials are lying in court. A Reagan-appointed judge rejected the testimony of the acting ICE director as, quote, disingenuous, squalid, and dishonorable. Another judge called the affidavit of a top ICE official, quote, the sorriest statement I've ever seen in court, and said that if you were asking to get a warrant issued on this, I'd throw you out of my chambers. Could I request an additional
30 seconds?
Thank you very much. Well, now our colleagues, rather than deal with the reality of what they've created, a monster here with American citizens being shot down in cold blood at point-blank range in Minnesota, Alex Preddy and Renee Good, rather than deal with that reality, they just want to double down on their world historical error by giving up to another $140 billion with basically no strings attached to the people at ICE that have unleashed this chaos against us. And I'm voting no.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Texas, you are recognized.
Mr. Speaker, unleash chaos. Think about that. Ask the American people what they believe about unleash chaos. Millions upon millions of people flooding our country. The Biden administration releasing 5+ million people into our streets and our neighborhoods. Record number of criminals. Record number of terrorists. Mr. Speaker, I think the chaos that was unleashed was from the Biden administration and the Democrats opening up our border and throwing complete caution, rule of law, and the security of the American people to the wind, and we have suffered greatly as a country. We're trying to fix it, trying to be the adults, trying to fund the government, trying to support our ICE agents and all those at the Homeland Security that are protecting our ports, our critical infrastructure. They're doing their job for the country they love, and we are preventing them from getting a paycheck. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserved. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, distinguished member of the Financial Services Committee, Mr. Green.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
And still I rise, Mr. Speaker, in defense of the American people who are suffering as a result of more than $1 trillion in health care cuts. I rise to defend them because my colleagues across the aisle would reduce them to freeloaders, would reduce them to persons who do not deserve to be in the country and receive medical care. I rise to call to your attention Mr. Bonner, an American citizen, worked for NASA. Mr. Bonner was in line for a double lung transplant. His premiums went up to the point that he could not afford the premium that would allow him to get the double lung transplant. We had to go out on the internet to secure funds for an American citizen who was in line for a double lung transplant who couldn't get it because of the premiums that went up in January. You would reduce these persons, the Bonners of the world, to freeloaders. They are not freeloaders. These are American citizens who are suffering because of the way you're treating health care. I rise in support of the American citizens who don't have money in the stock market and who are not playing the stock market. They have the supermarket as their means of determining how successful they are. When they go there, they cannot afford the necessities of life. They're having to choose gas over food. I rise in defense of the American people that you reduce to freeloaders and persons who don't care enough about this country to want to support it and make sure that all persons have access to health care. I rise to defend the American people.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire as to how much time remains on each side?
The gentleman from Pennsylvania has 7 3/4 minutes remaining, and the gentleman from Texas has 1 minute remaining. And I'll remind members to direct their comments to the chair. Gentleman from Pennsylvania, you are recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to go ahead and close. I got a minute. I heard from my Democrat friend about rising to support the vulnerable in this country who need health care. Well, let's just face the harsh facts. I know it's difficult for my Democrat colleagues because they created this monster, but Obamacare, since the inception, has doubled premiums, doubled deductibles. It has made health care anything but affordable. And then Joe Biden writes an executive order to allow illegal immigrants to avail themselves of social services, namely health care, when American people are standing and waiting in line getting sicker at hospitals and other health care providers. I think it's unacceptable. This is the most generous country in the world when it comes to immigrants, Mr. Speaker. But we're going to fund the Homeland Security Department. We're going to protect the American people. I urge my colleagues to support it.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. Let me first state for the record that it's always a pleasure debating with Chairman Arrington. We have vigorous debates in the Budget Committee as well as here on the House floor, and always a pleasure to do so. I thank he and his staff who are always professional and courteous to us. Now, Mr. Speaker, we've heard a lot over the course of this debate. I would like to take a step back and put things in perspective. Mr. Speaker, the bottom line is this. Things are too expensive right now, and they're making it worse. Their policies are making it worse, which is remarkable because 2 years ago, being a resident of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, I saw more TV ads, I should say was subjected to seeing more TV ads, especially during the sports games I watch, than any other state in the country. And as different as the two presidential nominees may have been from one another, one thing they actually agreed on is that the overwhelming majority of the ads from the Democratic nominee and the overwhelming majority of the ads from the Republican presidential nominee were about the same thing. They were about costs. So everyone agreed that costs were too high and they needed to come down. This president ran around my state saying, and I quote, "I will lower costs on day one." Remember when he said that? Well, here we are. Not on day one, not on day two, day 400, 500, whatever it is of this presidency. And costs aren't any lower today than 2024. In fact, they're higher. More for health care, more at the supermarkets, more at the gas pumps. And unlike previous downturns in our economy, it is not because of an act of terrorism like 9/11. It is not because of a downturn in the business cycle. No, it is specifically because of the reckless policies of this administration and those who have supported those policies here in Congress. His reckless trade war has only increased costs. He has doubled down on that policy by now launching a war in Iran that in just 2 months had brought gas prices from under $3 a gallon to now $4.22 just today and rising, perhaps approaching $5 a gallon this summer. And what has he done on taxes and health care and spending? Their first reconciliation bill last year showered tax breaks by the trillions to mostly the wealthy, and it paid for it on the backs of the health care of the American people. And here we are now in Reconciliation 2.0, and what do we find? Nothing in here about the price of groceries, nothing in here to lower the price of gas, nothing in here on housing, on child care, or on health care. No, we have $70 billion more for ICE and CBP. We can do far better. The American people deserve better. Say no to their reckless policies. Vote no on this bill. With that, I yield back.
All time for debate has expired. All debate has time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the previous question is ordered on the concurrent resolution. The question is on the adoption of the concurrent resolution. Pursuant to Clause 10 of Rule 20, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. What purpose does the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1224, I call up the bill S 1318 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 1318, an act to direct the American Battle Monuments Commission to establish a program to identify American Jewish service members buried in United States military cemeteries overseas under markers that incorrectly represent their religion and heritage and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 119-27, modified by the amendment printed in Part C of House Report 119-628, is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided among and controlled by the chair of the ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary, or their representative designees, and the chair and the ranking minority member of the Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, or their respective designees. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Crawford, and the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Himes, will each control 15 minutes. With that, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise or extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on S 1318.
So that adopted.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It ain't the same FISA. We were in this chamber 2 years ago debating a reauthorization of FISA 702. The program was significantly different than it is today. 2021, the FBI reported conducting nearly 3 million U.S. person queries. An audit of those queries found that 278,000 times they did not comply with the rules, didn't follow the rules. FBI agents ran queries on protesters, donors, to congressional campaigns, public officials, journalists, colleagues, even ex-girlfriends. In response to those abuses, Congress enacted the Reforming Intelligence and Securing America Act. House Judiciary Committee, House Intelligence Committee, all of Congress put together that law that contained 56 different reforms. Things like new training and approval requirements before a U.S. person query could even take place, audit requirements, accountability measures for those who misuse the program, and enhanced reporting and transparency requirements, such as allowing certain members of Congress and staff to attend FISA court proceedings. We are beginning to see the effect of those reforms. In the year after RISA was passed, the FBI reported conducting 9,089 U.S. person queries. Of those roughly 9,000 queries, just 127 did not comply with the rules. So think about it, 278,000 to 127. That's real improvement. That's a different program. And most of those, 127, were due to errors, typos, clerical errors. And due to the improved reporting and transparency required by RISA, Congress has more insight than ever into the program's operation. Today, every single U.S. person query conducted by the FBI is audited to ensure compliance with applicable requirements and legal standards. The results of those audits and other information are provided to Congress on an annual, semi-annual, and quarterly basis. The Foreign Intelligence Accountability Act would add to those reforms. The legislation in front of us, for example, adds the Civil Liberties Protection Officer within the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, who will conduct a monthly review of FBI U.S. person queries. I think this is the best thing we put in the reauthorization bill. This 30-day look back on how the queries are going, are they following the rules, what took place in those actual searches. Queries that violate the rules would be referred to the Inspector General of the intelligence community for further investigation. So again, a couple more layers of accountability. This bill would also impose criminal penalties for those who knowingly conduct improper queries and those who lie about conducting improper queries. Finally, the bill will require that an FBI attorney, rather than just some other agent or supervisor, approve any U.S. person search before they are conducted. The 702 program is incredibly important for protecting our national security and advancing our interests abroad. In light of the progress that has been made and the threats that we face, we think that the bill before us today makes sense right now. That does not mean our job is over. The Judiciary Committee will continue to conduct aggressive oversight of FISA, and we will continue to work on some things that we think can be helpful in the future. But again, today is not 2024, and I urge my colleagues to support the bill and reserve the balance of our time.
The gentleman from Ohio reserved. The gentleman from Maryland, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will yield myself such time as I may consume.
Recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I want to urge all of our colleagues with constitutional patriotism still beating in their hearts after this tortured and demeaning and visibly transactional process we've seen today to oppose the legislation. This bill is a 3-year permission slip and blessing for the Trump administration and the next administration to keep abusing the sweeping FISA Section 702 surveillance authority to spy on American citizens' private communications and to violate the privacy rights of the people. I want every member of this body to be clear on exactly what is in this bill. It has no warrant requirement for queries of U.S. citizens. It has no probable cause requirement. It provides for no judicial oversight of these government queries. It subjects U.S. citizens to completely sub-constitutional standards, avoiding the Fourth Amendment entirely. It is in a parallel universe from the Constitution, or perhaps I should say a perpendicular universe to the Constitution. The Constitution interposes a judge, a neutral, independent magistrate between the government and a search of persons and their things. But this 3-year blank check to Trump and Patel and company leaves the executive branch free to conduct these searches with self-reporting and self-policing as the sole protection against their abuse of the Section 702 program. Without any meaningful guardrails, this U.S. person information collected under foreign intelligence standards that have got nothing to do with the Fourth Amendment is ripe for abuse. It has been systematically abused to spy on American citizens in the past, and it will be used in exactly the same way by Kash Patel and Todd Blanche in the future if we pass this bill. Last week it came to light that the FBI Director Kash Patel was unhappy about a New York Times article which focused on the fact that he had used FBI SWAT teams and jets to chauffeur his girlfriend around the country at taxpayer expense. So what did he do? He didn't decide to change his policy on how he uses the people's resources. Instead, he had his agents query FBI databases for dirt on the reporter. Well, was the FISA Section 02 program one of the databases he searched? Well, the FBI says no, he just searched every other database at the FBI, but we have no idea because they don't have to go to a judge before searching an American citizen's information. And we depend now on this system, on Kash Patel to be the check and balance against Kash Patel. We only know about this, the fact that it even happened, because a reporter got the information. Otherwise, we wouldn't have even known anything about it. Let it be a warning to people vigilant about our civil rights and privacy, about what actually goes on. Even Republicans on the Rules Committee last night were registering their displeasure with these reports. Look, the FISA Section 702 program has been misused and abused under every administration. Section 702 authorizes the government to collect information from electronic communication companies in the U.S. about non-U.S. persons who are physically outside the U.S. But when the government gets communications to and from these foreign targets, it also incidentally collects large amounts of information about American citizens. In 2022, the FISC, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court, detailed an historical pattern of non-compliant queries at the FBI. Improper searches swept in elected officials, political campaign donors, and Black Lives Matter protesters, among many others. At other agencies, analysts used Section 702 to query their own names, the names of their relatives, and even the names of former romantic partners. Just last month, federal judges on the FISC issued an opinion that sounded the alarm about how the FBI is currently abusing FISA, currently violating the law and flouting the safeguards Congress imposed 2 years ago to snoop on Americans' private communications. The administration is deliberately keeping this opinion totally classified in a basement skiff here at the House. Reforms that we made during the last FISA Section 702 reauthorization, which I strongly supported and voted for, unlike my friend, Chairman Jordan, those reforms relied on internal watchdogs and required agencies to track and report the use of Section 702 data to spy on Americans. I strongly supported that reform, but 1 year and change into the Trump administration, the watchdogs are all but gone. After returning to the White House, President Trump quickly removed the internal watchdogs charged with verifying FBI's representations that the reforms are working. He illegally fired a majority of the members of the Independent Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board, and his Department of Justice reassigned other key compliance personnel. The watchdogs have been removed from the scene of the crimes. The administration repeatedly claims that FBI compliance exceeded 99% in 2024 and 2025. Well, even if those claims are true, and I seriously doubt it, that's an admission that the FBI has illegally accessed the data of thousands of American citizens. More importantly, these numbers are based on the violations and abuses that Kash Patel and Todd Blanche are willing to identify themselves and self-report. How can we believe these numbers when the administration has returned all the watchdogs to the pound? They're no longer there. The Fisk judges warned us just last month that the FBI is abusing its authorities to spy on Americans, so what makes us think that a 3-year blank check renewal will lead to self-correction? Proponents of the bill claim that it protects privacy, but asking Kash Patel's FBI to self-report abuses of our civil liberties to Tulsi Gabbard's DNI is like asking Donald Trump to self-report his collection of millions of dollars from foreign governments directly to the U.S. Congress. That's actually the law under Article 1, Section 9 of the Constitution, the Foreign Emoluments Clause, and yet he has never once come to ask for our permission for him to keep a foreign government emolument, whether pocketed through the Trump hotels or the Trump golf courses or the other Trump enterprises and crypto coins and scams and so on. So if you think self-reporting by this administration is working well under the Foreign Government Emoluments Clause, go ahead and vote for self-reporting under the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. For me, I'm sticking with the Fourth Amendment and the Constitution. Under our Constitution, it is judges, not FBI agents or government lawyers, who must protect our privacy and our civil liberties. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves.
I'd like to grant 2 minutes to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Lofgren.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to reauthorizing FISA Section 702 without meaningful reform. At a time when the Trump administration is building a sweeping surveillance apparatus, trampling civil rights, and disregarding the rule of law, Congress should be strengthening oversight, not rubber stamping warrantless surveillance. If the government wants to search an American's private communications, it must get a warrant. That is what the Constitution requires, and it is what the American people demand. Yet, once again, our Speaker is trying to block debate and deny a vote on a warrant requirement. Instead, we're trying to jam through another extension of warrantless surveillance without meaningful reforms. I've opposed this abuse under both Republican and Democratic administrations, and I oppose it today. Congress should reject this bill and take up meaningful reform, including my bipartisan Government Surveillance Reform Act introduced with Representative Davidson, along with Senator Wyden and Senator Lee in the other body. We do not have to choose between national security and constitutional rights. That is a false choice. We can protect the country and protect Americans' constitutional right to privacy. Congress should do both. Oppose this bill so we can get meaningful reform. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from Maryland.
I'd like to recognize the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, FISA Section 702 can be a powerful
tool against foreign threats. But without significant guardrails against abuse, it is also a massive threat to the privacy and civil liberties of all Americans. That is why I must oppose this legislation. I have worked for many years in a bipartisan fashion to include major reforms to Section 702, and I was looking forward to working with my colleagues again to strengthen these protections during this reauthorization. But the new provisions in this bill are simply a fig leaf and do not represent real reform. In particular, the supposed new warrant requirement is nothing more than a restatement of current law and completely misses the point of reform. It is already unlawful to target the communications of Americans under Section 702. That is not the problem. The problem is what to do with the massive amounts of U.S. personal information that is swept up along with foreign communications. The intelligence community is not supposed to search this data except under strict protocols, but we know that these protocols are violated all the time. The only solution is to require a probable cause warrant if the government wants to search the 702 database for U.S. personal information. That is what this debate is about, and that is the bare minimum demanded by the Fourth Amendment. The Trump administration's argument appears to be, trust us, but that is not good enough for any administration, and especially not for this administration, which has already shown a shocking disregard for American civil liberties. Mr. Speaker, we should get this right. We should work together, as we have in the past, to strike the right balance between security and liberty. We should put in a probable cause warrant requirement. Until then, vote no on this legislation. I yield back.
Gentleman from Maryland reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves.
Recognizing Ms. Jayapal for 1 minute.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to this bill to reauthorize FISA with no reforms. I have long worked on bipartisan reforms that protect the privacy of Americans. And frankly, I'm sad that some of my colleagues across the aisle who were part of that struggle have caved to Donald Trump. But the reality is that Americans across the political spectrum out there, outside of Congress, want us to reform FISA so that the government does not spy on them. That has never been more necessary than right now as Donald Trump and Stephen Miller openly use domestic surveillance to suppress our rights. Trump blacklisted Anthropic for refusing to drop its condition that their AI technology never be used to facilitate domestic mass surveillance targeting Americans. Law enforcement has used American-sensitive data to punish women seeking reproductive care, and ICE has deliberately used data to suppress First Amendment activity. Why is it so hard for the majority to just assure Americans that the FBI will get a damn warrant to access their sensitive data? Americans don't want to be spied on, and I've been consistent on this, pushing Democratic presidents and Republican presidents. This bill continues to allow FBI to spy on you and offers zero reforms. Vote no.
Gentleman from Maryland.
We reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Key point is this. Under this bill, FBI agents can still collect, search, and review Americans' communications without any review from a judge. And that's the heart of the 14th Amendment, that search warrants have to be based upon probable cause, and you got to go to a judge to get a search warrant before you can invade the private expectations of the people in their places and in their things. This bill leaves intelligence agencies in charge of policing their own compliance with the law. Asking Kash Patel to self-report his abuses to Tulsi Gabbard does nothing to protect the civil liberties of Americans. That's not how our Constitution was designed. The whole reason we have the courts involved is to make sure that the executive branch doesn't get to be its own check and balance against itself. We reserve.
Reserves. Gentleman from Ohio.
Point out, though, I think one of the reasons they attack Mr. Patel so darn much is because crime is down in the country. He's actually doing his job. I think probably another reason they like to attack the director of the FBI is because he's the guy who uncovered what they were doing 10 years ago. When he was a staffer here on the House Intelligence Committee, it was Kash Patel who told us that the dossier paid for by the Clinton campaign was a bunch of garbage. And yet that's exactly what Mr. Comey used for the other part of FISA, Title I, to go get a warrant to spy on the other party's campaign. Maybe that's why they like to attack Director Patel so much, but I think he's bringing down crime in our country, and I applaud him for that. With that, we reserve.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Kash Patel has been using government resources to chauffeur his girlfriend all over the country. Then, when it was learned by the press that he was doing that, there was an article about it. And when he got mad about it, rather than say, well, yeah, maybe there is a problem using an FBI SWAT team to shepherd my girlfriend around the country, instead of changing the policy, he decided to go after the reporter and search the databases of the FBI. This is while we are debating FISA. So if you need any more vivid demonstration of the danger of allowing law enforcement officials to govern themselves and to regulate whether or not they're violating the Constitution, check that out. Okay? We may disagree a lot about this FBI director's record. That's not directly relevant to this point. Say you trust him. We don't, but we know you haven't trusted other people in the office before. Let's legislate in a way that's consistent with the Constitution of the United States. We reserve.
We reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland.
We are prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the reason why we have to hold fast to the Constitution is precisely because we are all imperfect beings. I stood strongly for FISA 702 last time without the necessity of a search warrant because of all the reforms that I believed that the Biden administration would engage in, and they faithfully engaged in them. Now the Trump administration is in, and President Trump came and dismantled all of the safeguards we put in and just chased the watchdogs out of the FBI. And that's why we must stick very closely to the Constitution, as my good friend, the chairman of the committee, argued the last time we debated this, and has convinced a lot of people that we need to stick to the Constitution. I'm sorry we're not on the same side today. The key point is we do not trust government officials to regulate themselves. That's why law enforcement officers across the country, FBI, have to go to a judge to get a Fourth Amendment search warrant before they invade somebody's privacy, unless there's exigency, unless there's an emergency, and we've accounted for that. We can deal with that problem. Let's stick with the Constitution.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. FISA, as we all know, is a critical program. It is important for our government to understand what bad guys are planning to do to our citizens and to our nation, and to have this program in place. And that's why it's critical we reauthorize it. We have made major changes over the last several years, not just 2 years ago, but over the last several years. The Judiciary Committee has been involved in the oversight in making sure this program is done the way it should be done and protecting Americans' liberties. 56 different reforms we put in the last reauthorization bill that, as I said in my opening statement, we know have made a difference. Today's program is different. It is different. And we should reauthorize it because FISA is critical. Today, there are training and checks on the front end before a search can be done of a U.S. person. There's transparency for the whole process and how it all works. There's accountability on the back end if you don't do it right. And this bill now says that accountability includes criminal penalties if you don't do it right. So this is the kind of legislation we need to pass, and we need to pass it soon because they're shutting down the government, the Department of Homeland Security, for what, 74 days now? And oh, by the way, we do also happen to be in the middle of a military operation in Iran. So let's get this done. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Crawford, and the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Himes, each will control 15 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of S. 1318, the Foreign Intelligence Accountability Act. This legislation makes further reforms to Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act and reauthorizes the authority for 3 years. Originally authorized in 2008, Section 702 allows the intelligence community to gather foreign intelligence on foreign targets based overseas. Targets of 702 are terrorists, hackers, and spies living abroad. No U.S. citizen anywhere in the world can be targeted under Section 702. I want to be very clear on this point. Section 702 is not a backdoor surveillance tool that allows the government to collect and review an American's emails or other electronic communications. The only U.S. person data collected is if the terrorist, spy, or hacker targeted under 702 is talking to an American or about an American. In that case, only the communications held in the foreign target's accounts are collected. For the government to collect that American's communications, current law already requires the government to get a warrant under different FISA authorities. Section 702 is one of our country's most important foreign intelligence authorities. In 2025, 100% of the President's intelligence priorities reported by the NSA were supported by Section 702, and more than 1/4 of all NSA reporting contained 702 information. 90% of the synthetic drug disruptions enabled by the CIA were supported by Section 702, and 63% of the intelligence products in the President's daily brief contained Section 702 information. Reauthorizing FISA 702 is essential. In the 2024 Congress reauthorized Section 702 through legislation known as RISA. This legislation included 56 reform measures that restricted FBI U.S. person queries, implemented greater FBI accountability for any noncompliance, mandated greater transparency across the IC and FISC, and included key reforms to address abuses related to traditional FISA like we all witnessed in the FBI's Crossfire Hurricane investigation. RISA reforms resulted in a 94% drop in the number of FBI U.S. person queries from 2022 to 2025, 119,300 down to 7,400. At the same time, the FBI's compliance rate increased to 99%, equivalent to other IC agencies. Despite the efforts of FBI Director Patel to implement the reforms and accountability, rebuilding trust will not happen quickly. For that reason, working with Chairman Jordan and House leadership, I've met with all unique groups across the Republican conference over the past several months to identify additional key reforms and to develop a consensus product. The reality is that no reauthorization effort will be likely to be perfect in everyone's eyes, but this bill makes measurable reforms to strengthen accountability and safeguards while maintaining the criticality of the foreign intelligence tool. Specifically, the bill before us clarifies that no U.S. person can be a target of 702 collection, and any targeting of a U.S. person requires a warrant. Establishes criminal penalties for intentional abuse of FISA 702 queries and any false statements to the FISC. Mandates new procedures to allow members to observe FISC hearings. Requires FBI attorney review all FBI U.S. person queries. Orders an independent audit by the Government Accountability Office on 702 targeting procedures. And establishes an outside review and authentication process of all FBI U.S. person queries by mandating the ODNI Civil Liberty Protection Officer review FBI query justifications. With these important reforms, the bill includes a 3-year reauthorization for FISA 702. Bottom line is that the importance of this tool to U.S. national security cannot be overstated, and for that reason, it's essential for Congress to reauthorize this authority. On a 24/7 basis, we face the threat of cyber attacks from our adversaries. We have U.S. military personnel and citizens being targeted overseas. We have foreign terrorist organizations recruiting Americans and plotting attacks on the homeland. FISA 702 is a vital national security authority that enables the intelligence community and military to mitigate and defeat these threats. In fact, the 702 tool had existed prior to 2001. We may have been able to prevent September 11th from happening. I urge all my colleagues to vote yes on S. 1318, and Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Himes, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of S. 1318, the Foreign Intelligence Accountability Act. I do so with some reluctance because the process that brought us here has been indefensible. 2 weeks ago, when we walked off the floor after legislation to reauthorize 702 failed, Democrats made clear there was an open door to negotiate a bipartisan package of real reforms, perhaps one that would even pass on suspension in this chamber. I've been discussing this issue for months now with the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Raskin, and it's clear to me that there's a path to a bill that could do more than squeak through, and only by attaching unrelated legislation that may not pass the Senate. But we are where we are, and I'm going to support this legislation because in my decade on the House Intelligence Committee, I've seen countless instances where the intelligence obtained through Section 702 quite literally saved lives. Section 702 is the single most important foreign intelligence collection authority we have, and every day Every day it is used by apolitical professionals throughout the IC and apolitical professionals at the FBI to keep Americans safe here and abroad. There is no way to replace the value that Section 702 provides, and the loss of this authority would be devastating. So given the binary choice between reauthorization and expiration, the responsible choice is reauthorization. As President Biden's Intelligence Advisory Board put it, quote, "If Congress fails to reauthorize Section 702, history may judge the lapse of Section 702 authorities as one of the worst intelligence failures of our time." As I said at the outset, we should be considering a much broader array of reforms than those in this package. For example, 2 weeks ago, I proposed an amendment to the base bill in the Rules Committee that would have created a judicial process for U.S. person queries conducted by the FBI in the 702 database. I want to be clear that we have seen no evidence, let me say that again, we have seen no evidence that this administration is misusing Section 702. But nonetheless, we must remain hypervigilant given the other abuses that we have seen from this administration. My amendment to rules would have required a federal court approval before the FBI could access the results of a query it conducted involving a U.S. person. I regret that my amendment, as well as a range of other ideas from members on both sides of the aisle, were not considered as part of this process. But as I said, we now have a binary choice. And the reality is that 2 years ago, Congress, on a bipartisan basis, with the support of more than 70% of the Democratic caucus, passed the Reforming Intelligence and Securing America Act. That bill, 2 years ago, contained over 50 major reforms, the bulk of which were intended to address the longstanding and unacceptable issues of compliance at the FBI. Since enactment, the evidence shows that those reforms have been highly successful, with far fewer U.S. person queries conducted and with a compliance rate at the FBI of 99%. It's easy to dismiss those numbers given the political leadership of the FBI and the DOJ. I don't trust Director Patel any more than my Democratic colleagues do. On January 6th, 5 years ago, I was in this chamber when it was attacked by the shock troops sent here to stop the peaceful transfer of power. I sat there for half an hour as police officers with guns drawn tried to defend our democracy. So I take a backseat to no one in my concern about the abuses of this administration. But the data we have on FISA is based on oversight of the professional and apolitical staff, not Kash Patel, the professional and apolitical staff who are there at the Department of Justice Office of Intelligence, largely the same group of public servants who performed this work under President Biden. And their findings are validated not just by the Attorney General or Tulsi Gabbard or Kash Patel, but by independent oversight, the DOJ's Inspector General, the staff of the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court on an annual basis, and the Intelligence and Judiciary Committees of both chambers. We are not trusting this administration. We are verifying in all three branches of government. And if we saw the slightest hint that these authorities were being abused, I wouldn't be standing here today to support this bill. The legislation now before the House contains several reform proposals. These proposals are modest and well short of what I'd like, but they are meaningful. Most importantly, the legislation requires that all U.S. person queries of the 702 database by FBI be reviewed by ODNI's Civil Liberty and Privacy Officer, and that any improper queries be referred from there to the IG of the intelligence community. This adds yet another layer of oversight of FBI on top of internal oversight, DOJ oversight, which I may not trust, court oversight, which I do trust, and congressional oversight, which, yes, I do trust since I'm involved in that. The legislation also adds new criminal penalties for FBI employees who intentionally improperly use Section 702. Finally, the legislation requires that only an FBI attorney can approve a U.S. person query, building on a reform we made in 2024, which required pre-approval from either an FBI lawyer or an FBI supervisor. Now, a lawyer is likely to be compliance-focused rather than operations-focused, the way a supervisor would be, and will be especially careful and cautious before approving a proposed U.S. person query. These are modest reforms, but they are not nothing. And when viewed in combination with the 50-plus reforms of 2024, Congress will have built a substantial oversight structure around 702 to prevent abuse. Section 702 is not a dragnet. It is not an authority that can be used to surveil Americans. It does not contain any commercially acquired information, and it does not use artificial intelligence to analyze collected data. And despite the fact that we've heard this word a lot today, it is not unconstitutional. A federal court certifies this program every single year. If this were deemed by the judiciary, the branch of government which determines constitutionality, to be unconstitutional, we might have heard that from the courts at some point in the last 18 years in which they have been certifying this authority. What it does have is an extremely robust set of oversight guardrails in all three branches of government, and this bill makes those guardrails marginally and modestly stronger. And it is without question the most important foreign intelligence tool we have. For those reasons, despite my frustration with the process that has led us here, I will vote yes, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
It's my privilege to recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. LaHood, for 3 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of Senate Bill 1318, the Foreign Intelligence Accountability Act. I want to thank Chairman Crawford for your leadership and steadfast support for reauthorization of FISA 702. During the last reauthorization in 2024, I and many other members led the committee's task force on FISA reforms. And I think it's important to clarify what FISA 702 is and what it isn't. FISA 702 cannot be used to target U.S. persons, period. Under current federal law, it is illegal to target U.S. persons under this authority. 702 only allows for the collection on foreigners located overseas and who are reasonably believed to possess certain types of foreign intelligence information. Throughout our reform process in 2024, we worked with our Judiciary Committee colleagues and spent over a year working to address unacceptable Section 702 abuses by the FBI with the goal of preserving constitutional liberties afforded to all U.S. persons and ensuring events like Crossfire Hurricane never happen again and holding the FBI accountable. The last reauthorization, the Reforming Intelligence and Securing America Act, RISA, targeted 56 reforms and meaningful changes to the FBI. It is the largest reform to the FBI in a generation. The Department of Justice Inspector General's office has confirmed today that the FBI has implemented all 56 of these requirements. These requirements over the last 2 years have worked by everybody's account, holding the FBI accountable, increasing criminal penalties on agents and analysts, making the FBI more compliant with what they have to do, reforming the FISC, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court, and a number of other reforms that are working. I strongly believe the unintended consequences of letting FISA 702 expire would result in risky national security and making the United States less safe for American families. If we just look over the last year here, the strategic strike in Venezuela, the Israeli hostages that were recovered from the tunnels in Hamas. You look at taking out Iran's nuclear capabilities and the success we've had there, the taking out of drug cartel bosses in Mexico. Going back to the first administration, what happened with Soleimani and al-Baghdadi, all derived from FISA 702 and many other instances that we can't talk about here. Prior to coming to Congress, I spent time as a federal prosecutor and the chief terrorism prosecutor in the U.S. Department of Justice. I know firsthand how FISA can be used for proper prosecution of terrorists and non-U.S. citizens that want to harm America. Putting people in jail that want to hurt America would not happen but for FISA and Section 702. Today, FISA 702 delivers unique foreign intelligence that allows the U.S. government to better protect U.S. military forces abroad, disrupt malicious hackers targeting U.S. infrastructure like emergency medical services and transportation services, and thwart potential efforts by terrorist groups that may be plotting attacks on our homeland. The bottom line is FISA is an indispensable national security tool. We ought to support this bill to protect America and our citizens, and I urge its adoption.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman.
Gentleman in reserve.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Inquire of the Speaker as to the balance of our time.
8 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, former Majority Leader of the House of Representatives, Mr. Steny Hoyer.
The former majority leader is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I was majority leader in 2008, Mr. Blunt, who was then in the leadership of the Republican Party, Senator Kit Bond, and Senator Jay Rockefeller, who co-chaired the Intel Committee in the United States Senate, and I worked together in a very difficult context. And that context was the Bush administration had asked for information from the telecoms. Telecoms had given the information, and there were really no firewalls as to what that information was. And so the four of us worked with the Intelligence Committee of the House to come up with legislation which would solve the problem of making sure that we were secure as a country and that the privacy of our citizens were secure. We think we accomplished that objective. And in fact, the leadership in the Senate voted for it. President Obama, then a member of the Senate, voted for it. And Ms. Pelosi, Mr. Clyburn, and I voted for it, along with others. The Republicans were overwhelmingly for it. In September 2012, we did it again. Ms. Pelosi, Mr. Hoyer, and Mr. Clyburn voted for it. We did it again in January of 2018, and Pelosi, Hoyer, Clyburn, Ryan McCarthy, and Scalise all voted for it. The point I want to make is this has been a bipartisan process with bipartisan presidential buy-in to the necessity to have this legislation adopted to keep Americans safe, while also adopting significant reforms in 2008, some reforms thereafter, to provide for the privacy protections to the American people. It is a balance, but it is a balance that I think we have achieved. I think we ought to pass this legislation. I urge my colleagues to do so. Our FISA reauthorization bills are how Congress ensures that our nation is protected in the first instance against threats from terrorist groups and foreign adversaries. Our intelligence services have the difficult task of catching threats before they materialize and of providing critical information to national security leaders. As many here will remember, the attacks of September 11, 2001 occurred after our national security agencies failed to identify, track, and coordinate known threats. 25 years later, we have learned these lessons, and we continue to grapple with essential questions about how to balance the needs of our national security with protecting Americans' liberties. That is an ongoing process, of course, and I know Democrats on the committee, led by Ranking Member Himes, were diligent in pushing for reforms to Section 702 that would make those protections stronger for Americans while still delivering the tools needed. This bill does not include all of the reforms.
An additional 30 seconds.
But of course, none of the bills that we consider have all the things we'd like to have in them. But in testimony from Mabel Hines, who headed up the DNI under the Obama administration, under the Biden administration, she believes this is absolutely essential. Other members of the Obama administration and the Biden administration believe this legislation is essential. I believe this legislation is essential, and I urge my colleagues, having worked on this since 2008, to adopt this legislation and make America as safe as we possibly can. I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, sir. I reserve.
Gentleman from Connecticut reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire to the time remaining?
Gentleman has 8 minutes remaining.
Thank you. I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished chairman of the Financial Services Committee and member of HIPC, Mr. Hill from Arkansas.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the chairman. I want to thank Mr. Himes, too, for their joint leadership in this important task that we have before us today. Here on the eve of 25 years since September 11th, we come to this House floor to once again ensure that we have the tools in place to protect the homeland from foreign attacks. Section 702 sets out these very specific boundaries and process where the United States government collects the electronic communications from foreign nationals outside the U.S. It allows the U.S. to collect that intelligence on bad actors to prevent that reoccurrence of 9/11. But there's a lot of misinformation about Section 702, Mr. Speaker. First, it's used to surveil foreign nationals abroad. It's not targeted at Americans. Secondly, it's not warrantless surveillance. There's a fundamental misunderstanding of this program. Warrant requirements are created under the Fourth Amendment. They apply inside the United States. This is not a program that operates within the boundaries of the United States. It targets foreign nationals outside the United States. This is so important, as demonstrated by Mr. Hoyer, that we have clear, active protections on how this program is used to target foreign nationals, but those protections to protect Americans' privacy under the Fourth Amendment. This bill is that balance, as described by the gentleman from Connecticut and my colleague from Arkansas. Mr. Speaker, let's put America's safety first. Let's keep the homeland security paramount. It's critical. Let's support and pass S. 1318. I urge my colleagues to join me in that effort. I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
In reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Connecticut.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my good friend and the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Maryland, Jamie Raskin.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Himes. Yes, it is foreign intelligence, which is why when it comes to U.S. persons, U.S. citizens, the Fourth Amendment has got to apply. The gentleman from Maryland, my distinguished colleague, Mr. Hoyer, said the legislation's bipartisan. I tell you what else was bipartisan, in fact, unanimous. The Fourth Amendment to the Constitution. Everybody got behind that. We're assured that there's reporting, but it's self-reporting. And the distinguished ranking member says that it's by non-political staff. Yeah, the non-political staff left over after Kash Patel fired everybody at the FBI that they considered insufficiently loyal to MAGA and to Donald Trump, and for those who worked on the January 6th case. And then we're told, well, the courts still can get involved at some point. Well, the courts are telling us right now that the FBI has been secretly breaking the law. Last month, the Fifth Court found many of the government's 702 searches violated federal law. We should be paying close attention to that as we move forward.
Gentleman's
Thank
time
you,
has
Mr. Himes.
expired. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, the distinguished chair of the CIA Subcommittee on the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, Mr. Fitzpatrick, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Speaker, of all the debates that we've had on this House floor, I have yet to be so perplexed as I am with this one. There is so much conflation going on between Title I traditional FISA and Title VII 702. So much conflation over the collection of evidence versus the querying of already lawfully collected data. And everybody in this chamber has been talking past each other for years on this issue. The Fourth Amendment applies to the collection of evidence. That has been the case from the very founding of our country. And this so-called warrant requirement, Mr. Speaker, what they are asking for is a double warrant requirement. A warrant requirement is on the collection of evidence. They are seeking to attach a warrant requirement to the querying of already lawfully collected data. That is a secondary warrant requirement. First time in American history that we'd ever be doing such a thing. That would shut down the law enforcement system. You'd have to expand the federal judiciary by a factor of 100 to keep up with that work, and it would put us on pre-9/11 footing. We cannot do that. And by the way, after we passed ERISA, 56 reforms, by the way, the 2-year report card is in, 0 abuses. Even though that is the case, we still went further in this bill before the House today and reaffirmed that the Fourth Amendment protections will always apply to 702 queries, in addition to all the other reforms. I cannot for the life of me understand what is left to object to this tool, because I can promise you that if we were having this debate a week after 9/11, there wouldn't be a single soul on this floor voting against this bill. Let us not drop our guard just because we're several decades past, because we never, ever want to see that happen again. I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to take just a minute here to address the question of the Fourth Amendment. Every member in this chamber swears an oath to support the Constitution. And it's important in this debate to remember that all of us care profoundly about the Fourth Amendment. And I think it's wrong to suggest that the opposite is the case. But I want to draw an analogy for people who may be watching. In the law enforcement context, which is more familiar to most Americans than 702 is, a probable cause Fourth Amendment warrant is required. You have to get from the judge a Fourth Amendment warrant to take, for example, a wiretap on somebody that you suspect of selling fentanyl. So let's just imagine, under my example, that Bill Smith is suspected of selling fentanyl, and the law enforcement goes in front of a judge and gets a warrant to wiretap Bill Smith. Now, if Bill Smith, as the police listen, is talking to his brother Joe Smith, and Joe Smith says, "I will help you sell that fentanyl," the police don't need another warrant on Joe Smith. That has been incidentally collected, and no court has ever held that Joe Smith's admission in incidental collection requires a Fourth Amendment for that to be used as evidence in court, which is the argument that the opponents of U.S. person queries are making. So I'm not here to say that this is uncontroversial. We have to be obsessed with the protection of Americans' data. But let's not suggest that this is unconstitutional because it has had annual reviews by a federal court. And you might have thought that in 18 years, if a federal court had thought that this was unconstitutional, they might not have certified. And let us not say that this authority should be subject to a radically different standard than a typical law enforcement warrant would be. Lastly, I want to make this point. One of the reasons that we are hesitant to rush into a warrant is because many U.S. person queries are not done because we believe that an individual is complicit in a crime. If we hear ISIS talking about Jim Himes, unlikely that I'm complicit in terrorism, quite likely that I may be a victim. And the FBI and Jim Himes would like to know that if that is the case. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from
Might
Arkansas.
I inquire as the balance of time?
Gentleman has 5 minutes remaining.
Thank you. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from Texas, the chair of the Oversight Committee on the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, Dr. Jackson. For 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act is a unique and critical tool that enables our intelligence community to gather vital intelligence, protect our national security, and safeguard Americans from terrorist attacks. No other foreign intelligence authority or any other means of collection can replace the speed and agility of Section 702. If this authority expires, we will substantially degrade U.S. national security and our intelligence officers' ability to identify foreign threats in real time. Last Congress, House Republicans delivered critical reforms, as we referred to, in Section 702, 56 in fact, and this bill builds on that progress by strengthening privacy protections for Americans while ensuring the tool precisely targets foreign persons and only foreign persons who possess a threat to the United States. As President Trump, Chairman Dan Kane, Director Ratcliffe, and many other national security leaders, including Ranking Member Himes, have stated, this 3-year extension is essential to protect our homeland, our warfighters, and U.S. personnel stationed abroad, especially in today's volatile global threat environment. Mr. Speaker, we must pass this bill. If we do not, we will get something from our colleagues in the Senate that will be far, far inferior. And those that truly care about national security in this body on both sides of the aisle who may be contemplating a no vote will regret such a vote. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues on both sides to vote for this bill. Thank you. I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire as to the balance of time?
Gentleman has 1 minute remaining.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves.
I'm pleased to recognize the distinguished gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Tenney, for 1 minute.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Crawford, for yielding. I rise in support of S. 1318, the Foreign Intelligence Accountability Act. This legislation will extend FISA Section 702 for another 3 years. This law is an essential national security tool. And if you don't need any more evidence, Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States, our Commander-in-Chief, both of us who hail from New York, understand that FISA Section 702 is a vital tool that allows the U.S. to gather intelligence on dangerous foreign adversaries. After speaking with our military leaders, President Trump recently commented, quote, not one said, even tacitly, that they can do without FISA Section 702. President Trump also said about FISA Section 702 is one of the reasons we have had such tremendous success on the battlefield as we pursue this war in the Middle East. I urge all colleagues support our military, protect our national security, and vote yes on this critically important section. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Connecticut reserves.
I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close, but I'll reserve.
Prepared to
Reserve.
close.
Gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Reserve prepared to close. I close first. Okay.
Gentleman is recognized.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, thank you, and thank you to the chairman of the Intelligence Committee, whose friendship and partnership I value. This program is controversial for all the right reasons. And what we're doing here is what we've been doing for almost 20 years, which is finding the balance between an authority that keeps not just us but the world safe and protecting the civil liberties of Americans, whose information is incidentally collected, just as it is collected when there is a traditional police wiretap. I wish we'd had a more fulsome process. I wish I had been able to work with Ranking Member Raskin to have a more robust package of safeguards, particularly in the context of an administration that has demonstrated day in and day out their lawlessness. But we are where we are, and it is a binary choice, and allowing this authority to expire, which I think we are close to, is not an option. So let's acknowledge to each other that this is not an unconstitutional authority, but that we have work to do to continue to protect the civil liberties of Americans and move forward, passing this bill with an eye to what we can do in the coming years to make sure this is a better balanced authority. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Arkansas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the ranking member, my friend from Connecticut, for his comments. FISA 702 is a critical foreign intelligence tool. There's no other authority that can replicate the value, speed, and agility of this authority. 2 years ago, Congress enacted 56 reform measures focused on Section 702 U.S. person queries and other FISA transparency and accountability measures. These measures have forced meaningful change at the FBI. The bill before us continues the 2024 reforms and includes additional privacy and civil liberty protections and transparency measures. Before closing, I want to express my appreciation to Chairman Jordan for working with me on this effort over the last several months. The members of the House Intelligence Committee, many of whom have spoken today on behalf of this bill, for their oversight and on Section 702 and other foreign intelligence authorities. I want to thank the fantastic staff in the Office of House of Legislative Counsel, especially Philip Baer, Toby Dorsey, and Tony Shasha. And I want to thank the HPSI majority staff, including Griffin Decker, Ryan Breitenbach, Jonas Shumate, Laura Kasuli, and Mandy Bowers. And I want to thank the members who dedicated countless hours to the process of hammering this out, who attended the meetings, whose input we heard, and whose input we value. I thank them, and I urge a yes vote on S 1318. Yield back the balance of time.
Gentleman yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on the third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
An act to direct the American Battle Monuments Commission to establish a program to identify American Jewish service members buried in United States military cemeteries overseas under markers that incorrectly represent their religion and heritage and for other purposes.
The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. If a sufficient number haven't risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 15-minute vote on passage of S 1318 will be followed by a 5-minute vote on adoption of Senate Concurrent Resolution 33. This is a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 235, the nays are 191. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on adoption of Senate Concurrent Resolution 33, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 33, concurrent resolution setting forth the congressional budget for the United States government for fiscal year 2026 and setting forth the appropriate budgetary levels for fiscal years 2027 through 2035.
The question is on adoption of the concurrent resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.